Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome back, everybody, to the nice, relaxed, and chill solo part. Solo? Grinding part. Why is it solo in my brain? And last time we left off, we managed to get all of the various items and such. I forgot to mark the bull as green on the left side last time, but here we are. Now, we're gonna go ahead and just grind all of the weapons up to a level 8.99 except for the sword. We're going to grind all of the magic to level 8.99 that we currently have available, which, well, with 7 per character, because none of the characters have 8, excuse me. I'm a little bit scrambled still. I may have slept a little bit longer than I anticipated, but hey, welcome back everybody. I suggest, just kind of for me to get back into the swing of things, I'm going to go ahead and do a bit of magic training, just because that is the most repetitive and back and forward part. Well, that's not true. The weapon grinding is not that straightforward either, I suppose. But that one I can worry about later. Anyways, the place I personally found the most convenient to train magic is here, because I can just buy fairy walnuts outside, and well, let's just set up for training magics, figuring out which ones I need to finish off, and pygmying the characters, because when they are a tiny person, they have a much quicker casting animation. So the lady could use some dryad leveling, and the sprite probably could finish off all sorts of things in the meantime. You know, I probably think dryad leveling requires so much MP that we're gonna do this separately in the Wind Palace. So I'll probably just focus on finishing up Gnome, which means she needs to do 65 spell casts, so a bit more than a full mana battery full of things. I'm gonna go over here into this corner here. I actually don't need to do this unless I'm worrying about repelling spells. Anyways, the lady here is going to be, the sprite here is going to be casting spells that don't damage the opponent, and we're just gonna start with Sleep Flower. Oh, there's no spider spawn in this place. There we go. Sleep Flower, because that's the cheapest spell we can cast, and we're gonna just spam Defender on the lady. Defender, because it is above level 8.00, has a chance to get us the fancy animation of casting Defender here. I'm sure we will see that soon. The closer we are to 8.99, the more we approach level, well, a 50% chance, I believe, of actually executing a high-level spell animation cast. And the problem about high-level spell animations is that they just stop the entire movement of the game in its entirety, which is why it's actually kind of useful for me to be able to level both spell schools at the same time, because then the animation of one of the spells can play while the other one is just stopping the screen at the same time, which I think might be helpful, although I'm not entirely sure that's entirely true. Anyways, welcome to the grind portion. In order to get from level 8.00 to level 8.99, we need to cast 99 spells. It does not matter how much MP a spell costs, it only matters how many times we cast the spells. So it is more efficient to cast the spells that cost less MP. Hello again, welcome to you, Ryok, hope you're doing well. Happy New Year to you as well, Riot Tempest. It's not a drawing for speedrun, or the sprite would be chain casting everything to oblivion. I mean, it's a drawing of the travel in between where that happens, probably. So I believe the sprite has now reached level 8 Sleep Flower, so that is 19 more spell casts for the sprite. Welcome everybody, welcome as well Shaiko Sean. And happy grinding everybody. By the way, this is kind of the part where I just can turn off my brain, lean back and relax. And leaning back I do right now, but actually not necessarily to relax. It's mostly because I have to... What's the word? One of my feet has apparently some water in it, or too much water or something like that, and I have to let it rest higher up in order for that to get back to normal. Anyways, a bit annoying, but here we are. Timer! Oh my goodness. Thank you. Ah! I forgot. I mean, I could just... You know, it's not that important that it's all that accurate, but that... It's a bit awkward. I might just let it run at the very end a little bit longer, if I remember. Thank you for the heads up. Welcome back to Ike as well. You did not miss much indeed. Since this is not going to require me to do any crazy shenanigans for leveling my weapons, I guess all of it is pretty much going to be in Pandora Fields. Or at least a large portion of it. We could kind of diversify and just visit other locations for a while too, if we feel like it. Then again, the grinding portion to max out everything is going to take a while anyway, so who knows? Maybe, maybe not. Are weapons already done? No, the weapons are basically at whatever we left them last time. Most of them are kind of somewhere in between level 0 to 5. A few are at level 8 already, but I don't think any of them are above level 8. Which is, well, something we'll need to handle still. Most of them will be handled by the spears still being at level 1. And then I will effectively gain experience for my allies by knocking out enemies with the spear and sharing experience over there. Alrighty. We now have reached a point where we need to recover MP, and I could just use Energy Absorb and in order to recover MP on the sprite and... Oh, I'm the other character now. I could just use Energy Absorb on the sprite in order to recover MP that way, but I just don't think that's all that necessary, because we are right next to where the vendor is for selling us more fairy walnuts, so might as well just do that. For future reference, you started the save file at 12:30 into the stream, and the time is set at 17:41. Thank you, Recadactylus. I could just add, like, 5 minutes to it, aka just... Well, actually, it's kind of difficult to... It's kind of difficult to have the same splits if I try to adjust the main timer, huh? You know something else to do while you're going back and complete chests? Ah, maybe. Alright, the lady should be pretty close to being done here. Yep, 4 spellcasts on Gnome and she will be done. I should have also checked as to what she should be leveling next. This is 1, 2, 3, and 4. So with this, the lady has leveled up Gnome all the way up to 8.99. We've used a lot of Gnome weapons, and those still didn't reach max level while we were just kind of grinding away. But next up, we go for... let's go for Undine. I think Undine is a fine choice. The annoying part is going to be that Undine is just going to... You know what? I can actually theoretically use Pure Water because it's the same MP cost compared to Sleep Flower. And if the sprite runs out of MP, we have to... recover MP anyways, so I think this is actually fine. Also, there's the fancy spell animations for Sleep Flower, which is basically just way more petals are going down there. And I believe it also puts the enemy to sleep for a fair bit longer. Although not like that Spiderlegs would know anything about that, because it's permanently asleep anyways. Currently. Whoa, it's Tony! Thank you for the good luck and have fun, and welcome. I hope you're doing well. Happy New Year. The reason I'm using Cure Water, by the way, is because it has less of an annoying sound effect than Remedy. And if the sprite has, like, well, 2 MP cost spells anyways, might as well just use that until, well, that changes. It is more efficient to cast Remedy instead. Way more efficient. Bonjour, bonne année. Botox. Happy New Year to you as well. Welcome to 2025, and I hope it's going to be nice for you. Whoops. Hey Winry, Happy New Year to you as well. Welcome. Actually, the sprite is probably done soon with Dryad if I were to guess. Well, maybe not. About halfway. 73, so 26 more spell costs. So the sprite needs 52 more MP. We have 11 here. So we need 42 after we recover to 99. $99 minus 42 is what now? 57. So once the sprite reaches 57 MP on the next cycle of recovered MP, that is when the sprite is done with Dryad. This is kind of how I tend to keep track of basically how much more grinding I need to do without having to worry too much about checking every 5 minutes because I'm not counting. Level 8 Sleep Flower too strong, it makes you sleepy. Well, if you have the time to sleep, that could be okay. Also, we have 7.5 million coins at this point. Did we ever go and upgrade the weapons? I think I did. Let's see. Alrighty, everything except the spear and the sword are maxed out. That's intentional, by the way. Alrighty. Down to 57 MP remaining on the sprite is gonna be the objective here. The boy's going to feel very, very cured after this entire grinding process, I would imagine. Also, I think at this point it just makes more sense to cast Remedy. Because the Sleep Flower spam is going to be over soon, and then I need to find the next thing to spam with the sprite here. Alrighty, 2 more spellcasts for the sprite, and they should be done with Dryad all the way up to 8.99, which is the maximum. Here we are. Next up, we're going to be using... Gnome should be a relatively easy one, I guess. We need just 40... No, not 40. 58 spellcasts until Gnome gets to next level, and we are actually just literally 1 spell point short right here. Because the Entangle or Speed Down spell costs us 1 MP to cast. We have 57 remaining, so the sprite will need to do 1 more cast of Gnome. After we reach 0 MP. Be done with that one. Also, that is the level 8 Entangle spell effect right there. Just a bunch of vines. Just a lot of bunch of vines. In the meantime, Undine on the later reached level 7. That means 50 more spellcasts in order to reach level 8, and then 99 more to get up to 8.99. Quite a lot of spellcasts. It is 12 plus 13 plus 15 plus 17 plus 20 plus 25 plus 34 plus 50 plus 99. That's the total amount of spellcasts you need to cast. No idea what the exact number is. But it's a lot. And a lot of the spells we already have leveled up quite a substantial amount, so it's not quite that much remaining. We've been using actually a decent amount of spells offensively for the sprite throughout the entire run, so the sprite is actually very close to being able to just say, alright, we're basically reasonably close to being done, which is good, because some of the spell schools for the sprite do not have like a throwaway spell that doesn't deal damage. Meaning it's a lot more awkward to level those up to the next higher level. More than 100, indeed. Oh, Brad, thank you for the raid and welcome. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Happy New Year, welcome to 2025. I hope you all have a most pleasant start into it. As pleasant as it possibly can be, given circumstances and whatnot, depending on personality or person. Anyways, welcome to just grinding. We have done the first part of Secret of Mana 100% run. Well, I want to say yesterday, but still technically today. Then I went to sleep, and now we're just doing the nice, laid back and relaxed level grinding here all the way. Up to all the spells to reach level 8.99, and then all the weapons to reach level 8.99 as well. Welcome everybody, I hope you're doing well. Welcome new Flounder. Happy New Year. Basically, this is a Secret of Mana, which is an old action RPG for the Super Nintendo era, literally from the last century. Or even... what's the word? The one with the thousands. Anyways, it's quite old at this point. But it's a game that a lot of people cherish and really tend to enjoy. And reaching or maxing out a character's account is quite the ordeal, let's put it this way. There's a lot of grinding involved for various rare drops and items in order to be able to max out your weapons at the very end as well. And there's also a little bit of awkwardness involved, where if you level up all of your weapons up to, well, the maximum reforging or forging levels, there's a high chance you will never be able to get all your regular weapons up to 8.99 anymore, because there's functionally no reason to go above level 8.00 with weapons levels, because you don't get any benefit from it, unlike spells where you more frequently get the fancy spellcasting animations. That's technically useful, or at least a reason to go all the way up to 8.99 with spells. But with weapons, if there is no more enemy level that is higher level than you, you can no longer get all the weapons up to 8.99, just purely because of how the rounding works, where it always rounds down on how much experience you get. Millennium, that's the word. You were born last millennium, you're an old, wise sage. Ah, I see. So we're all sages now from then? Back from the last millennium. Well, do I have a story for you, young ones? The story is old as time. Actually, I have no idea how old time is. I should ask her sometime. Who knows? Also old, still working on a wise and sage. Everybody is old if you want to be old, everybody's young if you want to be young, probably. With an asterisk there, because sometimes the body doesn't agree with you being young or something. Or old for that matter, who knows? Sudden search of sages. Indeed. Alright, the sprite needs to be doing one more spellcast. And then they will be all the way up to 8.99. with Gnome as well. Excellent. What's the next one we go for? Well, we largely have most of the easy ones out of the way. So I guess let's go for Shade before Luna, because Shade is a bit more, well, involved, I guess, because our best spell to cast is theoretically Dark Force, because it only costs 2 MP. However, there's a bit of a catch about casting Dark Force here, and that is, because of our absurdly high level, which, well, is level 99 maximum, this spider, if it ever takes a damage from the Dark Force attack, it is not going to survive, not even a little bit. Which means, if we ever interrupt our spellcast for any reason, that spider legs is unfortunately going to be gone, and I can no longer target it in order to do some more training with spellcasting. So I believe the lady has level 8 Undine now. So let me go ahead and start leveling up Sylphid here. In this case. Sylphid has Analyzer as a spell, which only costs 1 MP, which is reasonably efficient. And even though the animation for Dark Force is not going to be playing anymore, it is still going to be happening, and apparently that actually shortcuts the animation, and Spider Legs died. Well, that's inconvenient. So I can't actually do that on the Spider Legs, huh? So okay, Analyzer is a bust, so we need to find another spell to cast. I believe Salamando is already maxed out on her, which is normally one of the more awkward ones. So the reason I'm not gonna go for Undine 8.99 yet is because if we get the fancy spell casting animation, we're gonna be locked into place and I can no longer chain cast the Shade spell. So it's going to be, I guess, Lumina. There's not really a whole lot else left. Anyways, there should be a second Spider Legs over here. Lumina is significantly more expensive. It costs us 4 MP per spellcast. And I somehow don't have the lady. Pigmeat anymore. Alrighty. Here we go. Now we can spam spells again for a while. You're just both young and old, child at heart and while being an adult physically. I respect that. I like that. I think that's a good way of thinking about it. Do you ever really grow up? I don't think so. Most of us don't. That includes me. As evidenced by me playing in a game from my childhood, I guess. Then again, you don't have to be a kid in order to enjoy a video game. There's a certain value in mastering something you intend to enjoy one way or another. Or even just, well, experiencing it again. Don't even have to master things. Hello, welcome you Marthas. Happy New Year to you as well. I wish you all the best. I'm gonna stop spamming Dark Force as soon as we reach the point where it's 8.00, because at that point I think it would make more sense to do this slightly differently. Speaking of slightly differently, I'll let me do 3 remedy spell casts. Surely we're not gonna get the fancy spell animation within 3 spell casts. Then I need to recover MP, but I don't have the MP remaining. Also, I think this is level 8 Dark Force, so we're gonna get the fancy spell animations very soon on that thing. Happy New. Derp. Nice. Welcome. Alrighty, so I think I'm just gonna continue with the same song here. Alrighty, the sprite needs Just Shade and Luna at this point. Luna is easy to level along the way. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually gonna use Shade with Dispel Magic. This costs 4 MP, and Lucid Barrier also costs 4 MP. So both the sprite and the lady are gonna run out of MP at the same time. It's just a little bit easier to run through, if you will. Even though the sprite is way ahead on the spellcasting front there. So I only got 24 spell casts in every cycle here, with full MP. Oh great, your internet seems to be dying. Oh no. Please cast Revivify, or maybe you have a couple of wishes ready. What do you mean water is not good for electrical cables? Actually, what do you think is in the Cup of Wishes? Is it actually the cup or the contents of the cup that allows you to revive a character in this universe? This animation looks like little angels just kind of arriving. Maybe you just eat the Cup of Wishes. There's actually nothing in it. And that's how you revive your friend. You just need to eat an entire cup. Actually, I guess you just feed the ethereal form the cup, rather than them eating it. Maybe I'm thinking too much about that. Water's great for electrical cables, it helps them conduct even better. Oh no. There's wishes in there, obviously. Fine. That's a fair point. How do you put a wish in a cup? Do you need to write it on a letter and then put it in a cup? Or is it a more involved process? Good luck to you, Ryok. You know, I just now realized that I have separate sections for the maxed out spells for the various characters in my spreadsheet. I don't think I've updated that in time. Whoops. So Undine for the Sprite is done, Gnomes for the Sprite is done, Silk for the Sprite is done, Salamander is done, Dryad is done. We're working on Shade. So we're actually quite far into this grind now. Basically, exclamation mark 100% for seeing the tracker. Maybe if I'm not a dingus, I will remember to actually properly update it. Then for the lady, we have Gnome at max, we have Salamander at max, we have not Sylphid, we have Luna at max, and that's everything else. Okay, still a ways to go for the lady. The sprite is honestly almost done, it seems. Thank you. I actually inverted the colors for the sprite and the lady. Whoops. Now, of course, I forgot all the numbers. Good job. So, Luna and Shade are the only two that Sprite still needs. And for the lady, it's more easy to check which one we already have. We already have Gnome, Salamander, and Luna. The left column, really. Gnome, Salamander, and Luna. There we go. Okay. Whoops. I could have just exchanged the names at the top of the column instead, but then it would not really be the same order as everywhere else. I did not recover these guys as MP. You know what? Time to save in between. Might as well. And recover the MP by sleeping instead. Alrighty, how far into Shade are we anyways? Okay, 50 more spell casts. We're actually going to be almost done after 2 full cycles of spells here. Oops. In fact, if I used the Fairy Bonnet in a smarter way, I think we might be done. No, it's gonna be actually just 1 shy. But I can use MP absorb on the spider legs. They do have a little bit of MP. Just not much. Comadict, thank you for the raid and welcome everybody. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome to a relaxed start into 2025, where we're just doing Secret of Mana 100% grind all the way to max out everything. Whoops, that's the wrong character to give the fairy mana to. That's silly. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you have a lovely day and Happy New Year for you guys. Wrong character. There we go. So the sprite needs at this point... Wait, that's not the sprite. A grand total of 24 more spellcasts, which is one full set of spellcasts, which we don't currently actually have access to now I think about it, because we need a little bit more MP, so we might as well train Magic Absorb just a little bit here, while we're running around the circle. Okay, that's gonna be enough MP here to get the sprite all the way to exactly pretty much level 99. Alright, boy, you don't go attack because, oops, we kinda need that spider legs to be alive here. Then we continue casting Dispel Magic, because that does not knock out the enemy. I'm going to continue casting Lucid Barrier, because, well, the lady still has a ways further to go to max out the spell schools. The boy finally gets a taste of the fairy walnut. Usually the magic users don't let him have any. That's the second one he got this playthrough. Sneaky. So, if I might ask, were you just streaming XCOM? Or maybe you stream something else as well based on that name? Anyways, thank you so much for the raid. Also, if you have to bounce, thank you for dropping by. And welcome everybody. Welcome to a nice and relaxing just grind fest, where each spell I cast basically advances my spell schools closer and closer to the goal of level 8.99, which is the maximum in this game. So, not the most riveting gameplay, but we had basically, well, starting into the year 2025, where we just did a lot of rare drop grinding. And eventually, after, well, going a fair bit over drop rate, let's put it this way, got the final weapon orb and then beat the game once. For good measure. Just on the outcome, an addict of the game. Nice. That's fair. He's playing it roguelike, okay. Interesting. Alright, and the sprite should be done with casting Shade. It means we have a roughly 50% chance, probably, to get the upgraded spell animations, which just lock us into place. And at this point, it's just Luna remaining for the sprite, where we just need to absorb MP all over the place is gonna be the goal. Which means more MP remains for the lady to cast spells instead. Because the sprite literally is gonna gain back MP while casting that and training. Iron Man, perma-dark events, no squad increases, and if a soldier dies, he needs to restart. Wow. That's pretty brutal. Well, I wish good luck on that playthrough, holy moly. But yeah, for anybody who might not be familiar with the game, this is a Super Nintendo game, which means it is quite old at this point. But it's also one of those that a lot of people have really fond memories of, not to the least because it's one of the earliest games where you could go on a grand adventure with your siblings, with your friends, basically at the same time. A lot of the games at the time had more of a two-player concept of, okay, I go, and if my character dies, or if I reach the end of the level, then you go. That was, in a large portion, a lot of the, like, multiplayer aspect of a lot of games, and it only started to pick up with proper multiplayer, like, sometime during the Super Nintendo era, in most cases. There were games before that, but those were kind of few and far between, so having a game where you could literally go onto a grand adventure with your friends, siblings, etc. at the same time, while just kind of hiding enemies, etc. was kind of a big deal, at least that's how I personally experienced it. Alrighty, and here I am, just kind of still playing the same game all those years later. I'm doing a little bit of a marathon all the way into the next year, so to speak. Why did you restore mana with walnuts instead of just sleeping? That is an excellent question. There was no need to go sleep afterwards. There's no reason, I just brain AFK and autopilot halfway. It doesn't actually make sense if you think about it. Wasn't also the first game you could play with 3 players. I don't think it was the first game, but it was certainly the first, like, game that was reasonably accessible, as long as you had a little device called a multi-tap. But yes, you could play with up to 3 players, which, considering that the Super Nintendo only has 2 controller ports by default, that's also quite a big deviation compared to how you would normally be able to play. But you needed a multi-tap in order to be able to do that. Which I actually got to for one of my birthdays. Like, that was about a year or 2 after the Nintendo 64 came out, and I saved up to buy one as a kid. Just kind of doing all sorts of chores to earn a little bit of money here, a little bit of money there. You know, I just realized, if I just absorb MP from this guy here once, the sprite should have enough MP here. To max out the spell school here. Yep, that's gonna be enough. The lady is out of MP. But yeah, it was not the first one, but it was kind of like the first big adventure, I would think. At least for most people, it probably was their first big adventure to be able to do multiplayer like this. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, I think Bomberman was definitely before that. But I don't think Bomberman necessarily even came out over here, or at least I've never heard of it when I was younger. Roll a d20. So I will say, unfortunately, I don't have my physical d20. I have no idea where it went, but I will be rolling a d20 here. Let's see, roll 1 d20. 17. That is currently the high score for this marathon. You do have a luck point if you'd like to try your luck again. So you could just get a free reroll. The multi-tap came for Bomberman? Possibly. Hello, and welcome. Also, it should be spells 8.99 and then weapons 8.99, I guess. We're kind of doing this that way around, really. Also, here we start seeing the fancy spellcasting animation of the sprite at this point. The redeems part of the overlay might not be working. Oh. Why not? I didn't change anything. Yep, nothing is happening. I wonder why. It's not something I can actually just easily change or adapt on the fly. What I can do is I can try to hide the overlay and then re-add it. Which also probably cut out the music briefly, sorry about that. Bungie, thank you. Thank you kindly for 70 months, or 70 months of support. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Oh, now it works again. Also, we don't need the chesting on the screen anymore. That one is done. Well, I don't want to remove it, I guess. Because I like to see how many chests it took. It would be nice if I had like a place up here somewhere where I could put it. I need to try and adjust the layout for next year. You know what? Nobody's looking at that stuff over here, it's fine. Let's see. I think that's fine. Don't worry about it. Alrighty. It should be working, and it seems just hiding and unhiding the interface did the trick. Lots of us know the number. The funny thing is I would not be one of them without looking it up. Probably. Secret mod, 188% chest. Something like that. Ah, the riveting part of 100% speedruns, indeed. Why are the girl and the sprite shrunk? That's because when you cast a spell while you're shrunk, your spellcasting animation is significantly shorter than it would be if you're casting spells with a fully modeled character. Two parts to this. One, the initial spell cast until the spell is cast is much shorter. And two, there is no delay after you complete casting the spell, so you can immediately start acting again, whereas normally your character basically goes to just kind of do a little animation to flourish off the end of a spell cast. But that one is just not present when you're a tiny person. Oh, she's out of MP. We're also reasonably close, or going to be reasonably close to level 8.9 and on Lumina. It's actually not that close. It's not actually that close. Still gonna take a while. They are more cute this way, that's reason enough. I don't know, I really like the full models overall. You can more easily see what's going on. The tiny people just often lack animations, like when you get hit by an enemy, you have no animation for getting knocked back or knocked down to the ground, you're just stuck in place for a little bit. Sometimes you get two overlapping fancy spellcasting animations. And that's kind of when it's more efficient to level up both at the same time. Alrighty, ladies out of MP, we need more fairy walnuts. Or sleep. One way or another. The sprite is gonna be way ahead in terms of completing all the spell schools. In fact, the sprite is gonna be entirely done after this, right? Yeah, it's just 26 more spellcasts with Luna, and then the sprite is gonna be entirely done. Oops, wrong person. The boy gets a third fairy walnut for food. Why not? Happy New Year. Mana! Welcome to Laos. Hope you're doing well. Wish you could start into the new year as well. Alright, 43 minus 26. What's that? 17? What's the sprite has 17 MP remaining? Oh wait, that's not how that's gonna go, is it? No it is. No it isn't. Plus 42 MP remaining. Living is okay sometimes. Or just living is fine, I would say. Happy New Year's to you. I guess theoretically when the lady runs out of MP, that would be when the sprite is maxed out at that point. I see. Yeah, bat teeth are just nasty. I know that all too well. Good luck to you. Hopefully that goes by soon, somehow. And the lady is out of MP, which means there's a high chance the sprite is now done with casting spells entirely. Well, let's see. Two more spell casts for the sprite. 1. And 2. There we are. The sprite has now completely completed spell leveling. Everything is up to level 8.99, so we never have to cast a spell anymore unless we want to for some reason. Let's see, magic 8.99, I think this should be this one. Yeah, there we go. That's green now. And I should also update my spreadsheet. And for the lady, we still have a ways to go for quite a lot of the spells, honestly. I haven't trained her nearly as much as I could have along the way. So, well, 38 more spell casts until Lumina is done. Means that is one full set of spell casts here, plus... plus 14. 14 times 4 is what? 56. 99 minus 56 is 43. So once the lady reaches 43 MP on the next set of spellcasts, that's when she will be done with Lumina. Which is one of the slower ones, because the lowest cost spell we can cast costs 4 MP, so it is not particularly efficient. There's one that is worse with Dryad, but now that the sprite is done, we can actually just go over to the Wind Palace and just spam out the spells that way. What was the first spell you saw the alternate level 8 plus animation for? For me, I distinctly remember it being, I think, Exploder. I distinctly remember that weird animation just playing where it just went off like exploding all over the place, which was kind of weird. And I also distinctly remember getting the animation where the Shadow Zeros run across the screen, which, you know, you have to kind of go out of your way in order to cast that and see that one. But for some reason I remember seeing that one when I was a kid. I don't know, probably it was not the first one, almost certainly not. But that's the one I kind of remember actually seeing at some point. Fire Dragons was yours. Nice. Come and say hi at least. Nice. Hope you enjoy your game with Visions of Mana. Or your playthrough. Of course, I already forgot the number of MP that I need to look for. It's like 47 or something? 43? I'm just kind of relaxing so hard right now that I'm just not even paying attention to what else I'm saying myself. Whoops. It's kind of nice not being absolutely dead tired when doing this level grind, honestly. Because that way I don't have to keep trying to keep myself awake for the end of the 100% run. And thank you. Alright, this might be the last spellcast here. Let's check. And one more. And with just one more spellcast, Lumina is at level 8.99. So I'm gonna be spamming Analyzer now. Analyzer is only level 4 because our character level was high enough soon enough that I didn't need to keep leveling up Analyzer in order to disarm traps. Level 5 Analyzer, which means from level 5 to 6 you get 4 experience each time, so that's 25. Spellcast until level 6, then 34 spellcasts more after that, which is what, 58, then 50 more spellcasts, which is 108, and then 99 more spellcasts, so 207 analyzers is what we need to cast in order to max out Sylph here. Although what it will probably do is just max out her spell points once we reach level 8 exactly, and then it's just the full MP bar gun. Your spirit animal now. Nice. Alright. Lean back, relax. Get some tea. You know what? Actually, tea sounds like a great idea to me. Let me set up a dance party after we use up all of our MP here. And then I'm gonna grab some tea. Also, it appears I haven't been playing enough Super Nintendo games recently because my left thumb is complaining if I try to use it normally on the D-pad. It's not bad, but sufficiently enough that I'm just switching to other fingers for using the D-pad, which, conveniently enough for me, is something I'm very much used to from the old one-player two-controller speedruns of the game. It's one of the things where I just subconsciously tend to keep switching around my fingers and my hand positions, etc. Which I think helps me a lot with, you know, how many games I've played over the years and still don't really have any hand problems either. Or I could have just gotten lucky with that, for all I know. Anyways, just kind of keep switching up the hand positions, etc. probably is helpful. Your thumb was doing that too lately, but you thought it was because of too much SNES gaming? Well, try using your pointer fingers and such in order to, like, put the controller onto the table flat and try to do a run like that. I don't know if that would be fun to you, but it could be fun to watch potentially. Anyways. What was the name? Mr. Multi? And you can actually push these guys around and gather them in a central spot if you want to, just for a little bit of a dance party. You had that too a few times during the last Iron Item grind for the true 100% file. Oh boy. By the way, is the true 100% file like a third playthrough requirement or something? I don't remember. I distinctly remember there being a reason why I didn't go for like 100% in Lufia 2. Aside from just the annoyance of having to re-fight the dragon eggs. I think you also need to like play through the game multiple times. Hey Dire Sticks, Happy New Year to you. Hope you're doing well. Right, where's the other ones? There's one. Just get this other guy a friend to dance with as well. There's absolutely no reason for me to do this. But I think it's fun. Is there another one? I think those are all of the dancers, right? The lady that looks like a dancer, she's apparently not one of them, so... Dancing shopkeepers. Alrighty everybody, we're going to go ahead and... take a quick break. I'm gonna get some tea, get up and book and run for a bit. Alrighty, I found some coffee along the way with the tea as well, so I think that's good news. Hello. Welcome to Super Odin. Welcome to Tiny Pixel. Welcome to anybody else who might have joined us. Welcome to Felfaron. Hope you're having a lovely day today. Welcome to the nice and comfy, cozy level grind, where we're just maxing out the latest spells at this point because the sprite is already fully done. We've used a lot of spells during the grinding. So here we are. Hello, welcome to Valakar. Hope you're doing well today. Or as well as you possibly can. Happy New Year to you, as happy as it possibly can be, hopefully. So, by the way, did I ever say this out loud? When we still had the donation mark button left at some point, I was thinking, and I'm not sure if I said it out loud, that if it fills up, I'm going to do a Seeker of Mana glitched 100% run, without the level grinding. So no level 99, or weapon level, or magic levels. Just glitched every weapon orb and item out of it. Because I think that could be an interesting thing to try and figure out at some point. Why am I doing it here as opposed to the Wind Palace? Mostly because I'm already here. Because the sprite was also using offensive spells. Plus, I think, at least for Analyzer, it makes sense to just do this here because I have a target for an enemy. The Wind Palace will go to right after this. Is this same 100% possible in the remastered version, and have you done that? I have not done that, but it should be possible, I assume. I believe in the remaster, unless you revert to an old version at some point, you cannot get the Mana Sword early, so you can't do a 100.99% run in the current patch, I would assume. Although, theoretically, you could actually get the Mana Sword early. At some point in a previous patch. So you would theoretically be able to do a 100.99% run. But yeah, this one here is entirely possible. What I will say is, because the requirement for my definition of 100% is to get all the weapons that are possible up to level 8.99, you need to make sure to not level up your sword beyond level 5. Like 5 needs to be the maximum level for it, because otherwise you're not going to be able to level up all of your weapon along the way up to 8.99. In my case, I even left the spear at level 1, because that way I will share experience to the allies at 2 per enemy kill, even if the enemy is lower level than me. Which means I kind of level up their weapons reasonably efficiently along the way. That's the idea anyways. In the Glitchland, are you going to pick up the orbs in the second continent that are in the wrong version of the NPC? Yes, that's gonna be part of the plan. In fact, I will also be skipping a bunch of bosses and coming back to them later in order to gain additional orbs of particular weapons that I'm not supposed to have access to. Let me actually see, I don't remember where I was with the routing at some point. I did do quite a bit of routing and theory crafting, but I didn't do like an actual run of it or testing. 100% glitched, let's see. I started doing a step-by-step thing, but I didn't finish that one. Alrighty, it appears, let's see. I think it's Claw Orb, we might be having to grind out 1 Claw Orb if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no. We will not have to level, gain any Claw Orbs, because we will skip Metal Mantis, go back to defeat that guy at some point later, after we pick up the chest in the normally inaccessible room. It's me, Banana Dan! Banana Dan! Welcome to you, I hope you're doing well, friend. Happy New Year! Guten Rutsch wünsche ich. Actually, that's already over. Hope you had an excellent start, my friend. Alrighty, let me give the lady here all the MP. No, she needs to have 5 MP left over. Or I might just spam out all the spells because I'm just turning off my brain here, or more specifically, right now at least, I'm paying attention to other stuff. So, for the sword, we will just beat the Mantid and the second time, or skip Tasnica until after the Pure Lands. I don't actually know which one is faster. The axe, I believe I haven't figured out a good way of acquiring. So the axe will actually just have to be a grind times 2. Unless I'll figure out a way to get an axe orb early, or skip one of the bosses to get it later. Unfortunately, right now I have no such ideas. You made curry. Nice. I hope you enjoy your curry. Spiderlegs fears Sylphid. Why does he keep analyzing me? Well, it's clearly Sylph spells are very efficient against Spiderlegs here, right? So, Sylph is... Analyzer is a Sylph spell, so it must be super effective against the Spiderlegs. That one is just very resilient. Lamb Vindaloo curry today for lunch. Don't know what that is, but I hope it tastes great. Let's see. Anyways, the spear I haven't figured out a way to get more through the glitched version, so it's just gonna be a grind from Tsunamis. The whip, same thing, I haven't figured out a way. However, the bow, we can skip the blue spike and Gorgon Bull and kill Gorgon Bull twice in order to get 2 bow orbs in the Gold Palace or Gold Tower. And that way we won't have to grind out a bow orb. And the boomerang, I think if I do the glitch 100% run, it would probably be on SNES, so I should be able to get the boomerang. Oh, we can probably kill Blue Dragon twice. Actually, there's a bunch of question marks as to how I would want to or need to get items and weapons. Traveling, I'm pretty sure we'll have to grind out normal. Am I going to do an early mana sword for the glitch 100% run? Yes. It's gonna be part of the plan. I will need to do a bunch more theory crafting and routing for that. I'm actually curious. Might ask Crow whether he has any more ideas we could figure out. Maybe Muppleton's randomizer Discord might also have some ideas. The one thing I plan on not using is the arbitrary script execution. That one would open up a whole new can of worms. Although, to be fair, getting like an early Flammy Drum could be kind of funny. You think I have 2 hours and 30 minutes left? I mean, if we wanted to beat the previous run, it would be just 2 hours, but that's not gonna happen. The weapon level grinding is going to take way longer. We got reasonably unlucky in this run in terms of getting weapon level or weapon orbs. Actually fairly unlucky, let's put it this way. And the previous run I believe got decently lucky in comparison. Arbitrary script execution is its own kind of worms, right? What it could be used for is like an early Flammy Drum, potentially. I actually don't know if that even works. I have no idea. I need 188 chests for the orbs. I needed a total of 188 chests for all the rare drops to be acquired. And I believe we figured out, on average, it's slightly more than 146 chests if we got average luck. So we went like 42 chests more than the average would suggest. You can credit swap in all script, arbitrary script execution. Yes. you can. Which of course would kind of bypass the 100% stuff entirely. So that's not useful for that, but since we can functionally execute any script in the game, there is a reasonable chance I would be able to do some shenanigans to get certain weapon orbs early. Just haven't figured out what that would be. Poor Yaga, it's fine, no worries. It was nice and relaxing, honestly. Especially knowing that I didn't have to do all the level grinding the same... well, before sleeping, that is. Oh, shoot. I forgot to unmute. I was drinking some coffee and decided to use the monster mute for once. Whoops. Thank you, Ryuk. I'm a dingus. Alright, we're done with Sylph. We're completely done with that, so we just have Dryad and Undine need to go on the lady here. And we head over to the Wind Palace here. This Wind Palace here has two very nice features to it. One is that you get a free heal from this old man. You just talk to him and boom, fully healed. Which is nice. Although a little bit awkward because I have to reapply the Mitch Mallet in order to be able to cast my spells more quickly again. So that's one thing. Also, this is a combat zone, aka... Basically, in case you didn't know, I can swing my axe here, or my whip, or shoot my bow, etc. Which means this is a combat zone, and if you are trying to cast spells in non-combat zones, you actually only get half the spell experience from it. Which does mean, for some reason, the Wind Palace here is just, you know, you have your weapons drawn, so you get the full magic experience from. You could theoretically do the same grind here, well, at Luca, because you just talk to her and boom, you're a full MP again. But the problem is, the Water Palace is a non-combat zone, so you level up your spells only half as quick. Well, half as quick will round it down, so it's actually often less than half as quick, because you lose some efficiency through rounding. Also, thank you for noticing I was muted, because I did not realize that. Anyways, coffee. Also, I'm gonna use the Sprite's hammer menu just because this allows me to pick me the lady by pressing the partner menu button X and pressing left after using the Witch Mallet, because right now I keep pressing left in order to cast Wall onto the bow instead of anything else. So it's just basically always the same menu movement regardless of what I'm selecting, which basically just makes this a bit more convenient. Technically, in case you want to absolutely optimize your leveling and the best possible time you can get, it is slightly more efficient to use the partner menu from, let's say, having the sprite selected as your main character, using the partner menu via the X button in order to let this lady cast the spells slightly more frequently, because you can theoretically open up the menu slightly earlier if you use a partner menu for that. But that kind of just runs the risk that you accidentally open up the menu too early and the spell casting animation is not over yet, so you have to cancel back out of the menu, which kind of loses you pretty much a lot of the time that you would otherwise gain from having like literally 5 frames of potential leeway. More. Could actually be 5, 10, 15, I don't actually know. Anyways, it's only slightly faster, and this is just much more convenient. So I'm just spamming the Y button to open up the menu, and as soon as the lady is done casting and recovers a little bit, I can immediately open up the menu and cast the next spell again. Anyways, it's gonna take a bit, because Dryad spellcasts are pretty expensive. It is 6 spellcasts or MP per spellcast. Then we recover MP. Use the Witch Mallet on the wrong character. And continue using Wall. Getting into a more comfortable position here. This is the part where my left-hand thumb reaches across the controller to spam the menu button, instead of my right-hand button, or right-hand thumb, opening up the menu. I only just now realized that I'm doing this because, well, again, I tend to just frequently change up the position of my hand on my controller. Not for any particular reason, it's just because I guess I just don't stick to the exact same movement or controller pressing scheme all the time, and this just seems more comfortable right now, which probably means that my right thumb is a little bit tired of mashing the buttons all the time. So my left thumb is jumping in and doing that instead, as well as moving the menu cursor. But I also have plenty of time between the menu opening and having to press left again afterwards. It's a bit of hand exercise. Left hand button Y press, B press on the right hand, and then left press on the left hand again. Level 6. 33 more spell casts until the next level. We get a grand total of, I think, 16 spell casts per cycle in here. So there's slightly more than 2 cycles of spell casts here. And then it is 50 more to get to level 8, and then 99 more to get to 8.99. Which is actually gonna slow down dramatically because of the fancy level 8 spellcasting animation. Do you ever wonder if there's any long-term health impacts on the boy having the girl cast so much magic on him? It's an interesting question, right? What happens if you're infused with too much mana from a lore perspective? Well, I mean, canonically, once the events of the game are over, there's no more mana anyway, so maybe it just vanishes and nothing is left behind. Alternatively, his body might have gotten so used to the mana consumption of the various things that it just starts relying on it and kind of would have withdrawal symptoms once mana is gone from the world. You become a tree. Ah, right. The one time a male guy in the story of Mana became a tree is when he was experimented on by just being cast Dryad spell on him over and over. That sounds reasonable. Up until now, it was always the women that became trees. He wanted to become a tree himself, so he just decided to do some radical treatment. Something like that. Dryad reaches level 6. That was 16 spellcasts ago. Oh wait, no, that was actually 30 spellcasts ago. Now we're level 7 already. 50 more for level 8. So I think... Actually, when are we halfway? How many spellcasts is it total? If somebody would like to add up some numbers... I'm gonna say numbers in a row, just add them together. Ready? 12, 13, 15, 17, 20, 25, 34, 50, 99. Treatment? Did I say that? That was an unintentional pun, that was... He'll be really shiny after this many reflex spells. Probably. Maybe if there's enough mana dependency on the boy, he will go to the spider world after the mana disappears. That could also be a thing, right? And then the lady is just taking over Pandora and rules it with an iron fist. That's probably how that works. 260. Thank you, Newster. So 130 spellcasts would be halfway. So let's see. When do we reach 130 spellcasts, or what level are we at 130? We reach level 1 after 12 spellcasts, plus 13 for level 2, it's 25, plus 15 for level 3 is 40. Plus 17 is 57. Plus 20 is 77. Plus 34. Is 111, I think. So actually at level 7 and 19 spell casts, 19 times 2 is what, 38? Level 7 and 38 experience is higher halfway point of having done all the magic casting. It's actually quite interesting. Until you're almost halfway through level 7, you're not even halfway of casting all the spells you want to max them out. And technically speaking, you're less than halfway at that point still, because of the nature of level 8 spellcasts occasionally just taking longer. So in a weird kind of way, reaching level 8 could be considered the halfway point in terms of how long it takes to reach just leveling up the spells. It's kind of a rough idea of it, because I didn't look at any numbers in terms of how many frames it actually takes, but I think that's probably not too far away from the actual numbers here. No, frogs are friends, not food. Hey Crow, Happy New Year to you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Also, Crow, since you basically know more about this game than I do, hint hint nudge nudge everybody, make sure you check out Crow. I have a question. Would you be interested in helping me route a glitched 100% run without level grinding, which means no magic levels, no character levels, no other levels? Just getting all of the rare drops and specifically all of the weapon orbs. Because I've been trying to figure out as to how many of the weapon orbs we could possibly skip by skipping bosses, picking up chests later with the weapon orbs, and then going back to defeat the bosses in order to have extra weapon orbs that we're not supposed to have. And I've come up with a list of things, but I feel like I might have missed a bunch of things, especially since I haven't done much testing what you could possibly skip in, let's say, the Pure Lands and such. It's a classic RPG scaling trick. I suppose so. Let me fix you up. Save your game. Nope. Also, I don't know if you happen to be at work or something, so no worries. Also, I need to open up the window. It's getting pretty toasty in here for some reason. Could put some thought into it? I would appreciate that. Let me, real quick, the thing I did is on this spreadsheet here, there is a 100% glitched tab somewhere at the bottom, it's somewhere in the middle, and that's kind of the amount of stuff that I have figured out that we could possibly maybe do so far for a run like this. I'm just curious if you don't need to put much work into it in terms of time, just in case you spot something that I missed, or we possibly could attempt in order to, like, cheat out more weapon orbs. It would be interesting. Plus, the idea of using arbitrary script execution to get an early Flammy Drum to maybe assist with that is something I had in my mind, but I have absolutely no idea if you can even do that. Anyways, just kind of thinking. If you don't end up having time for it, that is perfectly fine. No worries. I just know that you have vast knowledge of this game, so I figured I'd ask. Also, we are about, what, 30 spellcasts into the 8.9, like 8.30 or something? 44 even, alright. So this is going to be plus 16. It's like 60, then plus 16 is 76. Then plus 16 is 92. So slightly more than 3 more entire cycles and we're done here. It's actually not too far away now. Wait, I just realized my entire comment in that section about the boomerang is actually wrong. Because the boomerang chest should just catch you up to where you are, or supposed to be after Blue Spike, so that doesn't even matter. So, I guess the boomerang is technically solved. You're wondering if there's something silly you could do by using a Snowfield Knuckle save to put an older save into place much further along than it should be. Pick up chest and go back and beat an early boss. You'd usually include making the save as part of the speedrun's time, but depending on how long the orb grinds take, it might still be worth redoing some of the game. Yeah, that's definitely a strong consideration, I agree. Being able to just save warp an earlier state into a later state. Like, let's say, I don't know, if there's some reason to warp later into the Pure Lands, that could be interesting. I don't actually know how the flags work out in the Pure Lands. Like, let's say you warp past the Dragon Worm. Is it all one continuous flag, where you could just then go fight the Snow Dragon twice? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I actually don't know how that works. It's something that I have been thinking about, but haven't actually tested. About how long does a glitchless orb grind take? Well, it kind of strongly depends on how lucky you get, really. But I would say, on average, you need to get or kill 148 enemies. How many was it? Basically 1 in 16 chance to get the chest, then 7 in 64 chance to get the rare drop. So we can average this out to 7 divided by 64 divided by 16. A 0.6835 chance, so 1 divided by this is, yeah, slightly more than 146 enemies on average you would need to kill in order to get an item or an orb from them. So certain enemies, like specifically the wolves and the fiend head for the axe and the claw orbs, are really out of the way and awkward to farm. Other things like tsunamis, they are pretty quick to farm, so you would likely be, on average, much faster on them. So specifically the axe and the claw orbs would be ideal if we could somehow manage to figure out a way to skip those grinds. Like, I would argue half an hour or even maybe an hour worth of time invested would still be worth it to skip those grinds. You can save warp into later room, and the first room is the inaccessible mode. But you don't remember how that interacts with progression. Yeah, I have no idea. It would be basically just testing, I guess, for me. But yeah, if you have more ideas, happy to receive them. Definitely save warping. There's probably places I haven't considered yet. One thing I've been testing, actually, is I know you can save warp past the Blue Spike encounter in the Gold City Tower, and then defeat Gorgon Bolt twice, which means you should get 2 orbs from that guy, which is actually beneficial, because you get 1 additional bow orb out of it. And Blue Spike is a boomerang orb, so you can just... well, worst case scenario, save warp into the later stages of the Underground Palace, and get the boomerang before any other enemies, the boomerang chest that is, which should theoretically give you 1 more boomerang than you would otherwise have. Boomerang is also one of those that is kind of right after... okay, how far are we? Boomerang is one of those that is right after the priority list of axe and claw orbs, just because Master Ninjas are not easy to farm necessarily. Alright, we're done with Dryad. It is just Undine all the way from here. Let me recover my MP all the way. And then it's just a load of unpleasant sound effects here. Because Remedy all the way. At least we don't have to cycle through healing again here. Poor Rump, walled off from society. But hey, look at the bright side. He's nice, green and sparkly because he has so many walls on him. Do you have a timeline for when you be doing this run? Basically, the idea currently is at the end of January. So, like, 3-4 weeks from now. Because, again, I actually don't remember whether I said that out loud, but people absolutely demolished the donation goal. So, that's one of the things I wanted to say could be a nice incentive for that. So that's kind of where I want to just do like a test run. Or like just kind of a routing theory run. It doesn't have to be like a proper complete speed run. I can do it in multiple segments in case we decide that, alrighty, wait, we need to test something more here, then just continue. I just kind of want to have a like general idea on how to do that. That would be nice to just learn, I guess. At least it didn't make it such that casting wall prevents friendly spells. It actually does. But only if enemies are nearby where the friendly spells can be bounced off to. Which is why it didn't matter in the case where we're just sitting here where there's no enemies around. But, fun fact, bouncing spells back through the wall actually has a maximum distance. So if you're far enough away from the enemy, they actually will not bounce back spells over to the enemies if you cast friendly spells. I believe Crow has used that in order to do some leveling grinding at some point in one of his runs. Which is also where I learned that. By the way, the level 8 spellcasting animation for Remedy is also very subtly different. This is the regular one. This is also the regular one. This is the fancy one. It doesn't look much different, but you have slightly larger stars going up into the sky, I guess. It's no longer the fastest strategy, but you did your one controller runs with magic and leveling up in the place of darkness. A palace of darkness, not killing your own characters off. The Dark Knight in the first large room is extremely fast. Yes. I believe that's kind of where I learned that from you. Which would definitely be part of the glitched 100% run. I would actually dig out that strategy. Because gaining a bunch of levels very quickly, it certainly would speed up quite a few things. I believe you did this before we figured out various skips for one controller to get to the Mana Fortress early, so you still had to do the entire Pure Lands, and having higher level characters for that was extremely helpful. At least I think that's how it is, but it's been quite a while. You know you're getting towards the end when you just get multiple of the fancy spell casting animations in a row, and it just slows down everything. Is the Boomerang Orb in the Gold Tower before or after the fight with Blue Spike? Oh, Blue Spike is the Boomerang Orb. The Boomerang Orb chest is in the underground palace, the Sunken Continent, at the entrance, you know, where you run over to Hydra, at the foot of the palace. Basically, the palace needs to rise normally, so you can go into the sewer/underground section. And that at the start there is the chest. Yeah, the Great Palace, not Gold Palace. Blue Spike is the thing you skip to get to Gorgon Bolt kills. Did I miss? Oh well. Alrighty, I think with this spellcast we are done, if I'm not mistaken. And we are done. Magic has been leveled successfully, all the way up to level 8.99 on both of our characters. So, it is just weapon level grinding from here. And I say it just, but That is one of the slowest parts about this. Okay, let me actually take stock as to what levels we have on the various characters for the various weapons. Weapons, so we have the fist, we have the sword, axe, spear, whip, bow, boomerang, and javelin. Then for the lady, we have 3.95 for the Auraglove, 0.79 for the sword, 8.00 for the Doom Axe, 0.81 for the spear, 5.0 on the Gygas Flail, 3.35 on the Garuda Buster, 1.79 and 6.38. Alright, let's check the other guys' weapon levels as well. So the boy has 7 on the fist, 2 on the sword, 7 on the axe, 1 on the spear, 8.07 on the flail, 6.51, 4.82 and 8.0 on this. I'm actually gonna sum all of these up just to see who is the furthest along in the grind here. And then we have the sprite. So, where is the Dark Spirit? The Dark Spirit? I'm not sure I understand. You mean Shade? Shade is over in the Lofty Mountains area. That is just, I think, southwest of the Mushroom Village, Metanga. South of the desert. Basically in the big mountains you can land, and there's the Temple of Darkness there. I can probably just show that. Give me a second, I need to finish notating my current levels. 2.79 for you, 0.07, 3.91, 0. 8.99. Oh, the sprite is done with the whip entirely. 3.9. I believe that's the only person to have something just entirely done. Alright, the sprite is by far and away the lagging behind the furthest with their weapons. So we're gonna just level up the sprite second, well, mainly. I think until we reach level 5, we still share the main weapon experience. Actually, until we reach level 6, we still share all the weapon experience at a reasonably efficient rate. So we're gonna be controlling the sprite here for this upcoming section. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, the lady does not get shade. Only the sprite gets shade. The lady gets Lumina instead. It's kind of like a yin and yang kind of situation. Alrighty, welcome to the level grind here between Pandora Village and Kippo Village, I believe is this place called. Is this place Kippo Village? This is Kippo Village indeed. Welcome to the level grind. Please let me in there. Thank you. Alrighty, let's see. Since I'm gonna be leveling up the secondary weapons of my allies, I need to set them to be non-aggressive, so I get all the kills with the character I want to have them knock out. The lady, let's see, the dude actually. My guy, you're gonna level up your Auraglove, which is at level 7, which means it's gonna take a while. And the lady, what do you want to get leveled for you? The Javelin it is. Alright. Javelin for you. Alrighty, welcome to the level grind. It's not going to be fast, but you might notice, wait, why are you not grinding in a later area where enemies are higher level? This is because of how the quirky way of this game's leveling system works for weapons. Basically, there's two components to this. For one, you gain weapon experience based on how much... Well, actually, let me back off real quick to the beginning. Basically, by default, you gain weapon experience equivalent to 9 minus your current weapon experience level. So the Sprite's Whip right now is level... Wait, the Sprite's Whip is level 9.99? This is the wrong weapon. This is not the weapon I'm supposed to use. Yep, that's the wrong one. Whoops. It's not the weapon I'm supposed to use at all. Go with the axe. Axe is fine. Anyways, the axe is currently at level 3 for the Sprite, which means we get 6 weapon experience per enemy we kill. However, the caveat is that if the enemy is not at least the same level as we are, or higher level, we only get half that weapon experience, so 6 divided by 2 is 3. Or in this case, it is now 9 minus 4 is 5 weapon experience by default, but halved because the enemy only gives us half the weapon experience, which is rounded down, so we only get 2 weapon experience per enemy kill if they are lower level than we are. And the thing is, we are level 99. The highest level enemy, I believe, is a Terminator at like level 70, if I'm not mistaken. So there's literally no enemy in the entire game remaining that is higher level than we are. So we might as well knock out the enemies that are weaker than we are. And so we can just easily one-shot them reliably with a swing at a time. So this is why we are here in the Pandora Fields, where we can just knock out the enemies nice and quick. Now, you might notice there's a bit of a caveat to this entire thing where, wait, if you only get half the weapon experience, rounded down, how are you going to get all the weapons to level 8.99? Because at level 8, we gain 1 weapon experience per kill if the enemy is at least higher level than we are. Wow. I'm gonna explain the Lucid Shield thing in a second. Anyways. The answer is, well, you don't level up your weapons by killing enemies if you're too high level with that weapon. That's kind of the short version right there. Because unless you specifically leave a character at low level, which is what I do during the 100.99% run, where I have to get all the weapons up to level 8.99, well, you just... There's no way you can actually level up your weapons past level 8.00. There's also functionally no reason to level up your weapons past level 8.00. Like, there's basically no benefit. Technically, there's like one thing it affects with the mana sword stuff, but if you're at level 8.00 with all the weapons, that's kind of a moot point as well. Anyways. So right now, the Sprite gains only half the weapon experience. Now the thing is, half the weapon experience the Sprite gains is distributed to the allies. So at this point we have an axe level 5, so we gain 4 weapon experience. Well, they would gain 4 weapon experience if the enemy is higher level than us, or the same. But, well, we get half of that for the Sprite, so this is 2. And half of what the Sprite receives is then distributed to our allies. Specifically, they receive half of what the Sprite receives, so we're getting... one weapon experience on the boy and the latest weapon every time I kill one of these enemies. Which means we need to defeat 100 enemies in order for the boy to level up his level 7 weapon all the way to level 8, and then 99 more enemies in order for him to level up his level 8 weapon to 8.99. So this is how we're going to get all the weapons up to 8.99 through shared weapon experience. And that's kind of where the difference between doing a 100% run and a 199% run is kind of the most important. Because we cannot get the last sword upgrade until the story basically calls for it at the Mana Beast fight, we cannot level up the sword past level 8.00. So consequently, what we can do is we can just leave the sword at level... well, basically, so it has only a maximum level of 5. So I will always, at the minimum, transfer 1 weapon experience from the sword over to the other characters' weapons and effectively be able to level up all of their weapons up to 8.99 in the grand scheme of things. That's going to be effectively the plan. And also overall how I'm going to be handling this. If I had the ability to level up the sword to 8.99 as well by, let's say, using a Lich to get the mana sword early, which does exist, I would have to effectively leave one character dead for most of the run in order to guarantee that there's at least some enemies remaining that are higher level than we are, in order to guarantee that we can get all the weapons carefully leveled up all the way up to level 8.99, which is an entire process. Also, you might have noticed that the sprite occasionally gets knocked out. These enemies here are too weak to deal any damage to us at all. However, Lucid Barrier has that weird quirk where Lucid Barrier absorbs physical attacks and damage. However, for the purposes of getting hit, Lucid Barrier always considers your character to get hit by whatever attack the enemy throws at you, and some attacks have secondary effects like the sleep gas from these mushrooms put you to sleep. And if you have a level 99 character with absolutely maximum defense, and a level 1 mushroom just uses sleep gas while you have Lucid Barrier, you just get put to sleep guaranteed, if you get hit by it. Similarly, we also get poisoned by anything that poisons us with their attacks. Just because we will get hit by their attacks to begin with. Anyways, all that is to say, we're gonna be running back and forth in the Pandora fields for a long time. Chest! Oh yeah, there's a bunch of chests, sorry. This time I'm not stopping to pick up any of the chests. If I still have the energy / motivation, what I would like to do is go into the Mana Fortress. And while leveling up the sword all the way up to 8.00 on everybody, I'd like to see if we can get a rare candy along the way. There's a chance I might just decide that, you know what, that's gonna take too long, because defeating enemies in the Mana Fortress takes way longer than just running in Pandora Field back and forth. So yeah, by the way, in case you're wondering, once we reach level 6 on the weapon... Oh, the sprite already has level 6, whoops. I made a mistake there. I should not have gone up to 6. Well, 2-6 is fine, but beyond 6, the lady and the boy do not actually get any weapon experience at all from us knocking out enemies. So we're gonna go with the bow next here. So the bow is level 4 now. So we can get 2 levels where we still get weapon experience for our allies. So functionally, right now, the sprite gains 2 weapon experience per kill. The lady and the boy consequently get 1 weapon experience. Let me actually check whether the boy already leveled up. I don't know where he's at. Oh, he's actually... yeah, he needs 86 more kills in order to level up his fist all the way to 8.99, and then he would be done with the fist weapon. Which reminds me, I also should... update the spreadsheet here a little bit. Let's see, the sprite is done with the whip entirely. That's the only character that is done with any weapon so far, so let me make that green. So how about grabbing Flaming Drum early via the arbitrary script execution? I have no idea what implication that would have, Crow, but if you figure out a way to do that, I think that would be really awesome to do for a glitched 100% run. Because I have no idea how that's gonna affect anything, but it's kind of fun to think about. I think that would be great. Considering, generally speaking, arbitrary script execution allows us to grab any event, normally in most other categories it would just kind of invalidate anything you do. But because 100% just kind of has other goals attached to it, I think that could be awesome. There's like 21 enemies on the path here, something like that. Depending on how you walk, you can spawn more or less of them as well. Is this the best place to level up? Yeah, well, it's one of the most convenient places, really. Like, you just recover your stamina to hit the next enemy pretty much as they appear. Worth noting, your stamina recovers faster the higher level you are, so theoretically speaking, doing this grind here at level 99 is, well, theoretically, the best time to do. Another thing, by the way, I have never actually mentioned, but if you kill an enemy with 2 characters' weapons at the exact same frame... Javelin level 8, nice. Which means 99 more enemy kills until the lady is done with the javelin. Anyways, if you kill an enemy with 2 weapons at the exact same frame, theoretically both characters get experience and shared experience. So that would theoretically be the most efficient way to do things, but I have absolutely no idea whether you can set up anything useful with that information. There might be some places. But then again, that kind of opens up the whole kind of worms of the traveling salesman problem as to what is the most efficient path to level up your weapons in general to begin with this kind of knowledge that we have at this point. Level 5 arrow. Still kind of weird that it calls it the arrow rather than the bow. Also, right now we have level 2 sword, so that means I can upgrade it 3 times, I believe, without messing up anything. I might just level it up twice, just to make sure I don't mess up anything. But I should be able to level up the sword, or upgrade it 2 more times, I think. Let's see. It should be doable. Question is how messed up the game's flags would be afterwards. You wonder if there's some way to consistently get the AIs to kill stuff at the same frame as each other. I know there is a way to generally consistently get AIs to attack something at the exact same frame. Like, that's what I've been using for some of the grinds, where the enemy is basically right next to the entrance of where you enter from. Notably, I've used this on the National Scar book enemy in the Grand Palace, or Great Palace, where I try to align the weapons for the boy and the lady so they hit the book at the exact same frame, so their damage just combines. So you can absolutely set up something like that. I don't know where that would be, like, efficient, because you would have to presumably reset the screen every single time doing that. Or maybe there's some clever ways to circumvent things. Technically, the arrow is what's killing the things, not the bow. I mean, technically, it's the bullets that are killing things, not the gun. Yet the gun is still a thing I would hold responsible for doing this stuff. But you're not wrong. Like, you can argue either way, and you're not wrong either way. Right? Arguably, you can just throw arrows at enemies, you don't need a bow for it. Or even stab them, Legolas style, I guess. The bow is the launcher, the real damage deal is the arrow. Yeah, I mean, I suppose. But here's the thing, this kind of implies that we magically just pick up all of the arrows every time we shoot them, so we can shoot them again. So it's the same arrow we keep using again and again, I guess. Anyways, how close are you to being done with the javelin? Wait, javelin is fine. Oh wow, we are probably way done with the boy. I didn't realize I was knocking out so many enemies. Yeah, we're done. The boy is done with the gloves. I should have switched the weapon a while ago. Okay, his next level would be... Let's give him the flail, or the whip, I guess. Like, I'm just talking and mindlessly grinding. This is kind of why I thought this might be really comfy to just do after a good night of sleep. And honestly, it really is. Rather than just being super tired all the way for the grind, I think this is much nicer. Taco's leveled up. Okay. The bow is now level 6 as well, so we're gonna go switch over to bow is 6. What's the thing I did before? The axe is 6. Let's go to gloves because the boy just left them here. Well, obviously, arrows are expensive. Do you ever see them to stop and buy more or make more? Maybe the arrows are magical. I don't know. I did not think about that. Oops. Too bad there's no way to bounce back Dispel Magic, because Dispel Magic is the one spell that you cannot bounce back. So I cannot remove the Lucid Barrier on the sprite easily. They make the sprite run and grab the arrow on every single shot, regardless of who is using the bow. That's kind of mean. Or maybe the sprite enjoys doing that, who knows? Could be like a friendly dog just playing fetch, and they just enjoy doing that, because why not? And maybe extra satisfaction from pulling the arrows from the corpses of your enemies? Maybe that's a bit too dark. The bear is stopping you from doing dodge enemies, but it also allowing you to suffer status effects. Yes, exactly. Kind of like poison here. But the barrier also, it has like a certain amount of damage it absorbs, but also I think simultaneously it has a certain amount of hits it absorbs, I think. Although considering this is probably a max level Lucid Barrier, this might be like, what, 30-40 attacks? Like, I thought it also had like a certain amount of hits rather than just the damage numbers, but I might be wrong about that. Glove is level 4. 2 more levels until we switch weapons again. Also, the lady might be already at level 8.9 on the Javelin. Yes, okay, she's done. Javelin done for the lady. Oops. Make that green in my spreadsheet. Wait. That's the wrong character. Javelin done, so we give her the axe now. You know, maybe I should try to sync up the boy and the lady's weapons so I don't need to keep track of them separately. In general, that would have been really helpful. But I didn't think that far ahead. Actually, if I just give you the Javelin now, then both of the lady and the boy will be at 8.99 at the exact same time. So it's exactly 99 enemies from here. So it says like 22-ish enemies. It is a simple fixed amount of damage. But as long as the barrier's up, your defense power is 0, so even weakens can eventually... Oh, that's how it works. So it's not actually an amount of hits. Interesting, thank you, Crow. See, people ask me, hey, am I the most knowledgeable person in Secret of Mana? I'm not. Crow knows more. In a lot of ways. Thank you. I really appreciate your insight. That's also why you get the status effect applied to you. Yeah, I thought it just skipped the dodge part because... But just having it set your armor value to 0 makes so much more sense. Does that mean if you have like 1 damage available at the end, theoretically the enemy could deal more damage to you through the Lucid Barrier than they otherwise would be able to? Hello, welcome to the Escrant. Hope you're doing well. Do you all get the weapon experience if you kill the mushroom after getting stunned with the little kick-up animation? Yes. That one does count as a regular weapon kill. I think the only time you don't get weapon experience is if you kill an enemy purely with magic. Although I'm not sure if the last hit with magic is what's relevant, or only dealing damage with magic. No, you don't get to kill. Lady, you literally don't get any weapon experience for us. No. One day the sprite will run out of absorption barrier. How much of a barrier is it at level 8 spellcast? 8 fancy, that is. So as long as you have one hit point of Lucid Barrier, it'll save you from 999 speed strike. Oh, so it doesn't carry over. Good to know, thank you. I figured it would carry over, but I didn't realize. The sword is brought because we want to upgrade the weapon last to make it faster to 8.9 experience all the weapons. The spear is the spear because... not sure. Was there a question I missed? There's probably a question I missed. Actually, the spear would be amazingly useful. It's one of the best, like, just weapons in general to use for both reach and speed for general combat. But I decided this time to leave the spear at 1.00 or unupgraded, because that way I share 2 weapon experience to my allies rather than just the usual one. As long as I don't upgrade the spear any higher, so it cannot level up beyond level 1, I always share 2 weapon experience. The sword, the minimum level it can have is 2 after story events. So you can physically not have a broadsword unless you use glitches to bypass those parts. Actually, I wonder what would happen if you upgraded your sword before going towards for the story event, the Tropicalo. That could get really weird. But yeah, the main idea of leaving another weapon aside from the sword at low level is just so I share 2 weapon experience. Because if you think about it, the total amount of experience gained right now is 2 for the sprite. Actually, is it still 2? Or did I level up already? It would be 2 for the sprite, 1 for the lady and 1 for the boy, so 4 total. The alternative is basically just 0 for the sprite with the spear, and 2 for the boy and 2 for the lady, which is also 4 total. So in a sense, you get kind of the same efficiency as attacking with weapons until they are level 6. But at some point you're gonna run out of weapons that are below level 6. If you wore an ivy arm during the grind, you could prevent getting knocked unconscious. Ah, wait. That's an interesting point. I don't have space for an ivy amulet, because our inventory is full, but I didn't even think about that. There was an armor that actually prevents the sleep status, isn't there? Equip. Sleep. Flower suit prevents the sleep status. The ivy amulet prevents sleep status. Oh, it's just flower suit and ivy amulet, so the sprite actually cannot do that, but the lady could, I believe. I don't think the sprite can equip the flower suit. We do have a flower suit because it's part of the requirement. Nope. Just the lady can equip the flower suit and be immune to knockdowns. I might just briefly go to the Mana Fortress and take a bunch of hits. Alrighty. Let's see. Here's my spreadsheet. Level 6 on the fists for the sprite. Very nice. Let me see how far the lady and the boy are. They are done. Oh, you guys are already done with the axe. And the javelin in this case. Yeah, okay. 8.99 for the javelin, 8.99 for the axe. Oh wait, actually one more enemy for the javelin. That was weird. Why is it one more than the axe? Huh? Oh, because the sprite just leveled up the weapon. One enemy too early. Oh, there we go. Now, this should be 8.99. Okay, the boy is done with the javelin. Make it green in my tracker. And the lady is done with the axe. So the boy is gonna grab the flail at this point. And probably the axe afterwards. And the lady is gonna grab... She could actually be the one distributing experience at this point. So actually, let's do that. Let's give the sprite the punch. We're gonna grab the lady, give her the flower suit, because that's a great idea, Crow. So she cannot be knocked unconscious. And then we start leveling up her weapons instead. And those weapons are going to be... Where are you? Let's just begin with the fist. Well, actually, I can't use the fist weapon. Let's begin with boomerang, I guess. It's pretty low level at this point. In fact, she's currently transferring 2 experience over to the other characters, I believe. But not for long. No, you don't get to attack, sprite. Hold up, I need to probably set you to be not aggressive anymore. Yeah, there's level 2 boomerang. Now we only share 1 weapon experience to the allies. Which does mean it's probably just like 1 cycle, actually more like a half a cycle until the boy is done with the whip. I would think. Hey Fozia, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Happy New Year to you as well, Lava9. Hope you're doing well. Wish you all the best. Right, the boy might be done with the whip already. Let's check. 13 more enemies. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. On an entirely unrelated note, if we could force the character to quote-unquote miss catching the boomerang, we could actually run... Oh no, we cannot run infinite. Never mind, ignore me. Also, because my brain just went somewhere else and is easily distracted, I lost count. But we should be almost there. Okay, the boy is done with the whip. Excellent. So let me mark that as green. And he is going to go for the bow next, actually. Mostly because that's just the next one at the bottom of the list. He's just working his way up through the list. And using the bow as your character yourself is really awkward. Well, then again, so is the boomerang. I attacked too early. I wonder if there's a merit to luring in that bee out before I attack the thing. You see him at the grind part. Indeed, it's actually literally just a weapon level grind. In previous years I've been kind of interspersing magic grind, then orb grind, then weapon grind, etc. This time I just went all the way for... Oh, I lost a boomerang. Goodbye. Nothing happens, by the way. Just after like 5 seconds the boomerang comes back in from the other side. Anyways. This year I decided to just go all the way with magic, and now we just have the weapon leveling to do. Basically this way I have to worry about less like just alternative things and just focus on one thing at a time. Much more comfy. Also, probably more efficient. It's just basically for the purposes of getting a bit of a change of scenery and change of pace. Here's why I did alternate actions. I cannot throw the boomerang until I catch it. Sometimes you just lose the boomerang and I actually don't know how that works. I've never actually tried to research it either. But sometimes your character just misses catching the boomerang and then you need to wait until you get the boomerang back somehow. Friends are food, not frogs. What? Friends are not food. Well, some friends are food. If they are fish or crabs, then they are food and friends. Hot Rod! Holy moly, that's a long... Hot Rod, thank you so much for 110 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Oops. I actually didn't pay attention as to whether the boy leveled up already once. He did. Not... Actually, it's gonna be level 7 in 2 more enemies. 1 more enemy. Wait, why did he get... Ah! Why did he get 2 weapon experience? Is there like a hidden rounding number? Wasn't it 97 and then I killed 2 enemies? Until he leveled up. I mean, I know there's some weirdness going on with... Oh, wait. Do you level up the weapons when you reach 99% rather than 100%? 2 more times needed for 112. That's a crazy long time. But yeah, Hot Rod, thank you so much. I hope you're doing excellent. Happy New Year to you. I think you level up your weapons at 0.99 rather than 100. I wonder if that changes anything. Because I know that if you kill 11 enemies at the beginning of the game with your sword, you level up to level 1 with your sword. Rather than where in spells you need to reach 100. I never actually realized that, but that does kind of make sense this way now. Hey Nonstop, welcome to you as well. Hello. Welcome. Hello, welcome to Sylvan Swirls. Hope you're doing well. Oops. Weapon skill up, level 5. We need to knock out a grand total of, I guess, 99 more enemies in this case, rather than 100. In order to get up to level 6. Which is where we need to switch weapons on the lady. Because otherwise she's not gonna distribute experience anymore to the others. Well, it's actually not true, it is 50 enemy kills, isn't it? Because that is why she is distributing 1 experience to begin with. And there goes my boomerang again. Unfortunately, the boomerang does not actually hit enemies on the way back. That would be kind of fun. Could do some trick shots. Also, unfortunately, I'm terrible at keeping track of where they are with their weapons. Okay, the boy needs to level up to level 8 per 4, so we should notice that, probably. And so does the sprite. Actually, the boy and the sprite are surprisingly close in their experience levels on those weapons, so that actually works out pretty well. I wonder if using speed up speeds up the time at which we recover to 100 stamina. I don't think it does, right? That's a randomizer thing. I don't know. If it does make a difference, it is so marginal that I'm not noticing. Wait, does this mean 10 years is coming up of Twitch partnership this year? I think it does, doesn't it? Because I believe Hotshot is one of the people that was there from the very beginning. Level 6 Boomerang, okay. Next we is Snatch. Well, I would take the bow, but we can't. Yeah, take the flail. One level for the flail is fine. We're definitely gonna watch the VODs of this later. Well, I hope you have an excellent time. Thank you for being around. Whether it be now or in the VODs, you're appreciated. It's just nice and relaxing, honestly. It just goes towards the end here. At least to me, it's relaxing. I don't think we're even halfway through the weapon grinding yet, in case anyone's curious. Because I'm pretty sure the last percentages just take way longer due to the nature of them. I wonder whether it would be more efficient to level up the spear to level 6 as well at the end. Probably. Like, if I distributed the weapons appropriately throughout the entire run, I think even leaving the spear at level 1 to begin with would not all be useful at all. But because previously I had such a huge imbalance between characters' weapons, it was actually, well, would have been useful. But now I'm actually not so sure, because the way I ended up leveling up just now for the sprite to just reach most of their weapons to level 6 might not actually be all that great. Thinking phase. Anyways, the whip is so much nicer to use than the bow or the boomerang, just because the attack comes out instantly, it's nice and long reach, and it can even hit multiple enemies. Well, the only awkward part is that you have a minimum range, so you can't move up to enemies and just push against them. Is SNES 9X for ML still standard, or is there a new hotness? Well, nowadays people tend to use BizHawk for accuracy in terms of emulation, lags, etc. But SNES 9X should still be perfectly suitable, honestly. BizHawk also, if you use the appropriate core, should have less input lag than SNES 9X, at least a little bit. So that could also be a reason to choose BizHawk instead. But SNES 9X is still perfectly suitable. I believe, at least in Secret of Mana, there's no downside. Whip level 6, alrighty. The lady now, let me actually update my spreadsheet here. The lady now has the whip level 6 as well as the boomerang level 6, and I guess this is where I would grab the glove or the bow. But I think both of these are in use right now. Yep. So we can't do that right now. So I guess I could just have her level up the spear to 1.0, which is literally 2 kills. Never mind, it's double that, because I'm a dingus. Well, I guess technically more. There we go, that spear is done. Now we go to the sword. Spear is at level 1. Sword goes up to level 2. And should give 2 experience to the allies each kill. And after that, how far are you guys? You are 40 kills away. Well, actually 20 with the sword at level 0. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. This should be the thing done for the sprite. It isn't. Did I miscount? Wait, maybe you don't share weapon experience when you level up on the character. That's probably why it's off by 1, isn't it? Anyways, sprite is done with the fist weapon, so the first person to complete the fist is the sprite. Punching done. And the boy should be done with the bow at this point. He's the first one to complete the bow. 8.99 done. Next he would want to pick up the axe, I think, for receiving shared weapon experience. So I'm gonna do that. And the sprite would like to grab... Actually, you just get the bow, I guess. Well, maybe... You also would like to get the axe. In this case, you get the bow. Right. Moving on. So, maximum level of the sword should be 5, so I think I should go and upgrade this. Because at 5, you gain 4 weapon experience, halved because the enemy are too low level. Let me make a save file, just in case I goof. By the way, in case you're wondering, where are all the other 100% save files from the previous years? Those are on the other SNES Mini. I have 2. And the only reason why I have the second one is because my father decided, you know what, you're looking for controllers that are not available without the thing, let me just buy you an entire SNES Mini. Because I was just kind of mentioning to him that there's just no way to get only the controllers in Switzerland. So I decided, you know what, I'm just gonna buy a new one. Well, technically it was a used one, but still. Let me do a save file first. So, shout out to my father, which is why I have functioning SNES Mini controllers again. Because those are what I prefer over the original SNES controllers by a wide margin. Just because they are just more reliable. Unfortunately, you just cannot buy them separately around here. Anyways, that's besides the point. Father Moth, yep. That's clever and real nice of him, I agree. I have really nice parents, I will say. They are exceptionally supportive. Alright, right now, sword maximum is level 2. If I upgrade it once, it will be level 3, which means I would gain 5 weapon experience. If I upgrade it one more time... Right, this is 3. One more time is 4. Then I get 5 weapon experience. I had that backwards. And then, right now, this is 2 upgrades. So level 4 maximum. Level 5 maximum, I get 4 weapon experience and share 1. So theoretically, level... the Excalibur is the way to go, huh? So theoretically, this should allow me to guaranteed always share 1 weapon experience with my allies. This is something I think I only realized in the previous year, that I could do that. So, oh, by the way, the lady looks like she has a grey sword right now, but it is technically upgraded. I actually don't know if I still technically have the old sword or not. I don't know why it sometimes updates your weapon visuals and sometimes it doesn't. Anyway, switching the weapon twice makes it look the correct way, because now it is the Excalibur. Still one-shot enemies anyways. Honestly, after having used the bow and the boomerang and the whip, the sword is just so much nicer. You walk up to the enemy and you just press the B button and you generally hit. It's so much easier to work with that. Sprite, we can't... Okay, you can open up this chest. What's in there? Sprite just really wanted to open up the chest there. Medical herb that won't fit. That's okay. Anyways, I probably should keep track as to the weapon level. You need to level up to level 8 first, so is the same for you. Actually, I think you need to level up to 7 first. The sprite is pretty far away. But yeah, the reason why I made a separate save file, or a save before upgrading the weapon, is just in case I made a miscalculation. Because at level 5, the weapon should give me 2 weapon experience per kill. And I don't want to be able to level it up any higher, otherwise that could cause complications. I remember a while ago Zatox, who is currently, I think, the record holder of 1-player 2 controller speedruns. He attempted to do a 100% speedrun on his own. And unfortunately he did not know about the weird quirk of weapon leveling mechanics, so he just kind of soft-locked himself there after quite a long stream already. I don't know if he has tried another run since then, but that feels like it would be rather demotivating. Hopefully he gets the motivation to do another one sometime. Would be kind of fun to see how fast you could actually go if you tried to optimize things. Or maybe just have somebody else who, well, did a 100% run just because why not? Swing the sword all the way. Moth's weapon skill up, sword reaches level 4. Actually not entirely sure why my Discord decided to name the lady Moth. But, well, here we are. I do prefer the kind of playstyle that she offers. I'm not a lady myself, but I certainly really enjoy supporting characters. And she has a really fantastic toolkit for just buffs herself, and not too bad in terms of melee offense herself, at least compared to the sprite, kind of in the middle between the sprite and the boy in terms of just physical prowess. So no sludge. Also, if you ever try to do a solo character challenge run, the lady is by far and away the easiest character to do that with. Max level 8, that means 99 more enemy kills. Also, the arrow is level 7. Probably also 99 more in order to get to level 8. Actually, this means as soon as the sprite reaches level 8 on the bow should be done with the axe at this stage. Actually, the boomerang. Wait, no, he has the axe. Why did I give him the axe? The boomerang is the next one in line. My goodness. Anyways, this works out better anyways. I'm not complaining. Alright, moment of truth soon. The lady should be leveling up her sword. Soon, TM. No idea how long it is. She gets 2 weapon experience per kill, and she needs 50 kills in order to level up from one level to the next. And there's about 20 to 25 enemies in between, there it is. Alright, level 5 sword. If I did it right, the Excalibur should no longer gain any weapon experience when I kill an enemy. Yes, 5.0. I believe I already killed a rabbit after leveling up, so let me just confirm. 5.0, okay. And just to confirm, these guys should still be receiving weapon experience. The sprite currently has 7.32 on the bow. And the sprite now has 733. Okay, it works. Excellent. Which means the lady is done with the sword. In fact, she's generally done with most of her weapons, I think. So I think it is fists time for her. Fisticuffs. Punch. Should be at level 4 right now. And then we get up to level 6 with those. Level 6 is where she stops sharing experience, which is why it's important that a sword cannot go above 5. You loaded up some of the magic percent nodes. If there were a straight shot through the script data to the event where King Truffle gives you the drum, it would be 59 repetitions of left B to go that far. I feel like for a once in a while run, that seems reasonable, I guess. That's a lot of left Bs, considering how slow the menu is. And you need to... Do you need to... Is it like just straight left Bs? Oh, if there were, I see. So there might be stuff in the way and complications. That's pretty far. When does King Truffle give you the Flammy Drum? Is it when you get basically... I think you talk to him on top of the castle, right? It's not actually the dialogue where he tells you about it in the Truffle Town. The path will of course have to be much more complicated than that. It'll take a while to route and the execution would be stressful, but actually doing it wouldn't take all that insanely long. Nice. Yeah, especially since you just get one attempt at it. Then again, it kinda depends on how you would do it. I kind of... Now I'm trying to start thinking, what kind of implications would it have if you just have the bow in the party and just use the Flammy Drum to do all sorts of things around the world? Like, what kind of silly things could you even accomplish with that? Because you did a loneliest boy run. Level 5, that's fine. All the way defeating Springboy with literally just a boy. Without using snow mana protection. So I'm just curious how much further you can get with that. Aqua's weapon skill up. Arrow reaches level 8, which means the boy probably is at 8.99 with the axe. He is indeed. Alrighty, boy is done with the axe. Make that green in the spreadsheet. Excellent. So he just has the spear, the sword, and the boomerang. Which does mean, at this stage, he is almost done. Like literally just the boomerang remains, I guess. And then he can use the sword to level up our allies' weapons, and then he's probably just gonna use the spear to level up the remaining weapons of our buddies, instead of anything else. You'd be in a really weird game state where your ability to do stuff would be limited largely by how strong you are, not at all how speedruns of this game usually work. True. Could grind out a gauntlet in the Palace of Darkness, I guess, although that seems a bit counterintuitive to how fast you would like to go. Because that's not a necessary drop to grind out. But then again, at this point, at that point, thinking about it would just be more of a challenge run. Or so in description. You couldn't really go through the Grand Palace, could you? Not even with multi-tap shenanigans. Because you only have one character to work with. So that probably would be the final destination there. Alrighty, Moth's weapon skill is glove level 6. Let me just take stock as to what her levels are. So I believe she is basically mostly done with being able to level up other allies' weapons. Sphere. Bow is 3.35 still. Okay. Ninja Star. Yeah, okay, she now just basically needs the bow, which is on the sprite. Aside from that, we can just leave the fist weapon on her and use the boy's boomerang to level her up. Because the boy still is not quite level 6 yet with the boomerang, so he still shares one weapon experience. And the boomerang is gone. Welcome back, boomerang. The boy also very slightly faster in terms of agility recovery, thanks to having higher agility than the sprite and the lady. Or stamina recovery. At least I think that's based on agility. You know, I actually never really thought about the part where this game has a stamina system, not unlike Souls games. Well, I guess it's not quite the same concept. I believe that's from the original, isn't it? Final Fantasy Adventure already has that kind of stamina system. Well, I guess it's a bit of a different iteration, because it's still more worthwhile to usually just spam attacks. But there's interesting usefulness to waiting until your bar is full. I wonder what the first game was to implement the system like that, where you just want to wait to attack even though you could attack earlier. You've always wondered why I use the boy lady sprite to refer to them instead of their names, ease of use. I'm... two parts to this. One, for a long time I did not actually know they were official names because having played the game in German with the big strategy guide of the thing. Also, Boomerang level 6, which means the boy gets the sword now. Effectively, there just was no official names for them. And hearing the official names, I always felt like those are kind of weird names, but I guess it's a fantasy world, and Dialog is not a much more normal name. Anyways, I'm just not used to using them, really. Plus, I always imagine there's people that just don't know that there are official names for them. So they might just not be familiar with Popoi, Purem, and Randy. I guess Randy is a pretty normal name. Although it reminds me more of randomizers rather than anything else. In the North American release of the Secret of Mana, it introduces that characters to us and the boy then asked their name, so yeah, right. Funnily enough, as soon as a character reaches the weapon level 2, it will be more useful or quicker for me to use the spear on the boy to level up their weapons now instead of anything else. Also, how far is the sprite along? Oh, sprite is done. The bow is done. Good thing I'm checking once in a while. Sprite is done with the bow, so let's give them... excuse me. The axe at this point. Sprite is the last character to level up the axe all the way, so they're not blocking up anybody else. Randy makes you think of South Park. I know nothing of South Park. Randy just makes me think of Randy Random from the RimWorld Storytellers, aka difficulty-ish settings. But yeah, I'm pretty sure in the German booklet there were just no official names. And I mean, did the American booklet actually make up the names and made them official just kind of later down the road? Or were these names originally in the Japanese version as well? Because I honestly don't know. Then maybe another point to this. The reason why I say lady instead of girl is because my native tongue, or at least my accent if you will, makes it really awkward to pronounce the word girl. It's like the RL after an I is just weird, which is why I prefer that. There's no other reason. Because for all intents and purposes, these guys are teenagers to an extent, as are a lot of RPG protagonists, so it would be appropriate to just name as a girl in this case. Me, you are people who are unaware they had official names. Welcome. It's very fair. I think only the Secret of Mana remake effectively solidified that they are official, if I'm not mistaken, because they were kind of like the default inputs when you played the game in English. I don't know if they were the default inputs for other languages. You can't say electricity without fumbling, so you always look for a synonym to hide that fact. I mean, it's a good way around it, right? At least in my opinion. Axe level 7. Like, just use similar words or something that is reasonably connected in a meaningful way. It's a good way to do things, honestly. Nothing wrong with that. In the English instruction manual, they're called hero, ally, and ally. And in their bio, after their title, they're called Young Hero, Young Sprite, and Young Lady. Very fair. What is a sprite? Like, what does the word sprite actually mean? Because for the most part, the first time I've heard the word sprite was in context with the sprites on the screen. Like the character models in the game, those are sprites. So I've always been wondering as to what other, like, contexts you normally see the word sprite in. Like, is it... Like, my mind immediately goes to the idea of, is sprite just a misspelling of spirit? And then they just kind of ran with that at some point somewhere. I guess that's more going into the etymology of the words. It's like a creature fairy. Sprite in this context is like a fairy. Alrighty. That's fair. I know in the German version the sprite is called a koboldin, aka a... well, it's a kobold. With an in, like a female kobold kind of thing. Which seems, I mean, reasonably appropriate because it's very loose as to what a kobold is in fairy tales, at least when I grew up. That's just like, oh, okay, it's a kobold, it's fine. That seems reasonable. Sprite was like a fae, before the visual of a small girl with wings took over the word fae. Right. Sprite comes from the word spirit historically, so your theory wasn't really wrong. Neat. Level 8x. 99 enemies to go. Actually, it's gonna be less than 99 because I will be using the spear on the boy here in a bit, where he shares 2 weapon experience for our allies. Although at that point I will need to start figuring out as to when I need to start leveling up the spear so we can get the spear up to 8.99 as well. So I should be taking stock as to the exact weapon levels of everybody soon. Reminds me, how far are you with the punch? 34, so actually a little bit ahead of the Sprite TX. Also, occasionally I briefly charge up just to check whether I missed the level up from the boy. So far I didn't. You're stuck thinking of a humanoid rat man with a candle on his when you see the word kobold. I took the candle. Oh. Yeah. That's very fair. That's a very striking image, I will say. The mental image I get when I read the word kobold is the one from Lufia 2. Those little weasel rat men with the bones in their hands. That's where my mind goes when I read kobold. Which honestly is not that far away from the Candle guys and from World of Warcraft or the Warcraft universe in general, is it? Oh, right, we don't go past 5. I was waiting until the boy reached level 6 in the weapon. He doesn't. I forgot. The entire point as to why I'm doing this to begin with. Wait, did the boy already level up the boomerang? Wait, he couldn't earlier, could he? Now he can. Okay, let me give him the boomerang. That makes more sense. And then share weapon experience with him. Okay, I should really just check the exact levels at this point. So let me write these things down. Boy has 8.99 on the fist. Sword is 5. Axe is 8.99. Spear is 1, which is maximum 8.99 whip. 8.99 bow. Boomerang is 6. And javelin is 8.99. So he's really far ahead compared to the others. Probably. Say that and actually not really knowing. For the lady, we have the fist weapon at 8.65, so basically getting there. 5 for the Excalibur. The axe is at 8.99, so she's done with that one. Spear is 1. 6 for the whip, so 6.101 actually. 3.35 for the bow, so she needs quite a few levels in this one still. 6 for the boomerang and 8.99 for the javelin. Alright, so we're gonna probably take the lady and use the bow, is what I'm thinking here. Although if the sprite still needs to level up something, that probably makes sense to do first. So she gets the punch weapon. 8.99 for you, you have 0.07, 6. Okay, you're kind of getting there, 8.43 on the axe. So sprite actually would like to get the axe, and the lady would like to get the fist weapon done before we do anything else. Then the sprite also needs to level up the spear, as well as the sword. The bow is done for the sprite, writing that down. 3.53. And the javelin too. Okay, the sprite still has a lot of things to do. But for now, we're gonna actually stick to the boy, use the spear, and effectively move the needle for the sprite and the lady's weapons up to 8.99 with what they currently have equipped. I think that's reasonably efficient. Is there a weapon leveling guide out there somewhere? I don't know of one. I'm just kind of mostly winging it myself, to be honest. What I will say is that there is functionally no benefit to going past level 8.00 with weapons. Aside from, you know, seeing the status screens of everything 8.99 and knowing, have the satisfaction of there being, that's the absolute maximum. However, you can absolutely lock yourself out of being able to level up all of the weapons up to 8.99 if you just upgrade all of them and then just, you know, casually play through the game using all the weapons. In case you did not know that, well, if you are at level 8.00 and defeat an enemy that is lower level than you, you're not gonna get any weapon experience at all, because you would get 1 weapon experience, rounded down because the enemy is lower level than you. And once you reach level 70, there is basically no enemy that is higher level than you anymore. So functionally, there is a high chance you can just never get to 8.99 with all the weapons unless you decide to plan ahead a little bit. The easiest way to plan ahead is to just leave the sword at level 5 maximum, and then use that to leverage and give experience to your allies with their weapons, which is what I'm doing here. I'm also left the spear at level 1, but I'm not really doing this the most efficient way. I highly doubt it, at least, because I'm just kind of winging it as I go. Also, the lady is probably done with the punch. She is done indeed. 8.99 for a year. So I'm gonna give her the whip probably. Actually, let's give her the boomerang. Well... Oh, she can still level the bow too, that's fine. No, that's the whip is okay, I'm just gonna give her the whip. Then she'll be done with the whip soon. For the sprite, you are done with the X, 8.99, 8.99. Everybody's done with the X now. Excellent. Boomerang. Who's done with boomerang? Nobody actually. Nobody has done the boomerang entirely. Whoops. So it makes the most sense to have the sprite start leveling up the weapons of the allies, but the boy literally cannot get any benefit from leveled up weapons anymore. Because he's functionally maxed out. Which does, I think, mean... It is... Wait, no he isn't. He still needs the boomerang. Okay, so actually in this case we give the boomerang to the boy, right? Yeah, just give the boomerang to the boy and he's going to just have that one. While we knock out more enemies with the sprite's weapons. That makes the most sense. So, the sprite needs to level the javelin. So we give that to them. Javelin is one of the more fun weapons to use in my opinion. Because of the unusual throwing arc, you can kind of hit enemies that are normally inaccessible for other weapons, and the generous hitbox allows me to often just hit enemies even if they are slightly out of the way or slash behind me. I'm still getting knocked unconscious by these guys. Happy 2025! Hey Aira, welcome to you. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, basically, if you are aiming to get everything up to 8.99, there is two caveats to that. One, the sword, unless you use a glitch, cannot get up to level 8.99. The 8.00 is the maximum, which is kind of a good thing, because then you can just leave the sword at a low enough level that you can share weapon experience with other allies. So the way weapon experience works is you basically get experience equivalent to your current level, or 9 minus your current level. And then, if you're higher level than the enemy, that experience is halved, rounded down. And then half of what you earned on the character, that is, defeating enemies or getting the last hit on them, half of that, rounded down, is then shared with your allies. So in my case, the sprite is now at level 6 with the javelin, so 9 minus 6, no, the sprite is at level 3 with the javelin. 9 minus 3 is 6, so the sprite currently would get normally 6 experience if the enemies were not lower level than me. But it is halved because, well, they are lower level than me, so I get 3 experience per enemy kill. And half of that experience, which is 1.5 rounded down to 1, gets shared with the boy and the lady for their weapons. So effectively the boy and the lady get 1 weapon experience every time I kill an enemy here. So basically, functionally, unless you are below level 2 with your weapons, you share 2 weapon experience with your allies. Once you are above level 2, well, level 2 or above, until level 5, you share 1 weapon experience with your allies. And once you are above level 5, as in 6 or higher, you share no weapon experience with your allies. So just leave the sword at a maximum level of 5 and you can always get weapon experience to your allies, which is significantly more efficient than, well, trying to do the low level juggle of getting your characters not too high of a level so they still can get full weapon experience. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, Is it really worth getting everything up to level 8.99? There is functionally no mechanical reason to do so. So level 8.00 really is just kind of the end game, I would say. So unless you're really absolutely 100% a completionist, I think 8.00 is perfectly fine. Numerical gratification though. Yeah, again, maybe you just enjoy the numbers being maxed out. That is a fine reason. Just know that it gets significantly more complicated if you're trying to do that. But also again, the easiest way to just achieve it is just leave the sword at maximum level 5. Don't upgrade past the Excalibur. And you'll always be able to get all the weapons up to 8.99. It's just gonna be not the fastest necessarily. But you can do it. Does it have to be the sword you have at level 5, or can you pick any weapon to not upgrade further? So you can just technically choose any weapon. The practical reason why sword is because the sword's maximum level is 8.00, unless you do the glitch in order to get the mana sword. The sword is basically the prime candidate, because no matter what, you can always reach level 8.00 on your character's weapons. Which is very helpful to, well, achieve that end goal, really. So effectively, in the end, the sword is the weapon that you can leave at a lower level without having any negative consequences. If you level up the sword, or if you level up, let's say, anything but the spear, the nice thing is you will get 2 weapon experience, because the minimum level of the sword is 2, which is awkward because you only share 1 weapon experience with the other weapons. With the spear at level 1, or level 0 really, you share 2 weapon experience, double as effective, literally. Javelin level 5. But because the spear would also want to reach level 8.99, well, how are you gonna do that when you don't have the sword to leverage your other weapons? And the answer to that is, if you want to get all the weapons, including the sword up to level 8.99, is leaving a character at a low level. Which means you kill them off for the entirety of the weapon orb grind, until you have all the weapon orbs. So you basically do the entire game with just 2 characters. Remember maxing out everything? Nice. I have that distinct memory as a kid where I realized that I was leveling up my weapons way quicker running through Pandora Field. Basically, at some point I was just randomly landing back in Pandora, killing random enemies in one shot just because it was fun to finally be strong enough to do so. And that's when I realized that, wait, I'm leveling up my weapons way quicker in Pandora Fields than I am when I fight stuff in the Mana Fortress. That's kind of when I realized that running around here is in fact pretty effective for weapon experience. I didn't exactly figure out the mechanics behind it, but it's kind of an interesting memory to have. The interesting thing as well here at this stage is, I would say, as soon as the boy reaches the boomerang level 8.99, he cannot level up any other weapons at all. All of the weapons are technically maxed out for the upgrade level we currently have. Which means I'm just gonna give him the spear and leverage that for experience for the other 2 characters. Until at some point I decide that, you know, I need to level up the spear to 8.992, so when should I do that? Maybe I should do this immediately. Level 6 Javelin, alrighty, the sprite is done with the Javelin. 6.01, really. And the sprite would like to get the boomerang. Or the sword. The sword actually is fine for the sprite. Let's actually see. How far are you with the boomerang? Actually kind of ways to go. Sprite can still level up the sword, so very good. You tended to do loops in the Ice Country. That was in retrospect very inefficient. But you have really awesome music in the meantime. The Ice Country music is so great. I just like going back there just purely because of... I guess nowadays you would just say the vibes, because I don't actually know a better word, but Ice Country is just nice and relaxed. I almost said chill. Okay, let's just say chill. Because it's not wrong. Whip reaches level 8. Okay, so both the boy and the lady will reach their weapons at 8.99 and more or less the same time. Excellent. They still got 2 weapon experience right now from the sprite sword. The sprite is not even level 1 with the sword. Oops. We get absolutely no experience if the boy or the lady knock out the enemy. So I need to manage my AI companions to not walk into enemies, preferably. Easier said than done sometimes. Maybe the kids these days would say the Ice Country music cooks. That sounds way too hot. Then again, cooking at a nice warm campfire in the middle of winter, I guess that would still be kinda cold. Never mind. You mostly remember blowing up your card with level 8.99 spells. It was either Explode or Burst that the game randomly decided it didn't like and froze. Fireball may have done it as well, but that memory isn't certain. Interesting, I did not know about this. What I can tell you is don't use Polymorph level 8.99 on the Dark Lich because you will crash the game. Well, I say you will crash the game. I have crashed the game once with that. That was the very first 100.99% run. Which was like, well, I'm 32 hours in. Might as well just run back and don't do that again. Also, the last hit is what counts for experiences. Thank you, Quadlight. You wonder if the Japanese version has the same issues? Probably. They did change a bunch of various little spell effects or icons around. Actually, I don't know if it changed spell effects. I just remember Gnome having a big rock now. Excuse me. Whereas the spell icon in Japanese for Urslite is kind of a weird little creature? I just enjoyed that the level 8 animation for Urslite is just a rock, but with a smiley face. Or more like a grinning face, really. I wonder at which point it will be more efficient for me to leverage the spear up to level 5 as well. Oh, our Lucid Barrier finally ran out, so I'm no longer gonna get paralyzed. Which actually probably means I can give the lady back her proper armor before I forget about it and get murdered by the Dark Lich or the Mana Beast at the end. Then again, probably wouldn't matter much at that stage. Level 3 sword. Up to 5 is where we can go, and that will be where the sword will rest for a while. Sword level 4. Let me actually check where they are with their weapon levels. The lady is... done? What? She has the whip. Okay, she's done, which means the boy is probably also done. Yes, okay, the boy is the first one to get the boomerang to level 8.99. That is done, so he literally has nothing else to do at this point, aside from swinging the spear to give the other characters experience. Which means he's just gonna give 2 weapon experience to the other characters every time I swing. Now, this is the part where I should figure out, okay, when is it efficient for me to go ahead and start leveling up the spear as well, to get it to 8.99? And honestly, I have no idea. Lady can actually get the boomerang next. Yeah, boomerang next on the lady makes sense. Just getting that leveled up as well. The boy takes the spear. The level 1 spear. And the sprite. You would like to level all sorts of things still. I guess mainly the javelin at this stage. Getting that up to 8.992. Alright. Moving on. Swing. Swing. My goodness. My accuracy is failing me. Also, I have tea, but it's probably cold by now. At which point I probably should close the window. These things may or may not be related. Okay, I'm back. So, thinking about it rationally, when do I want to level up the spear so we can, well, start leveling it up towards level 8.99? I probably should take stock as to the total level between the sprite and the lady. Because the boy is functionally, well, quote-unquote done for now. 8.99 everything except for 5 sword and 1 spear is 59.95 total score. He could be the first one to start leveling up the spear when the sprite and the lady are going to be close to being done with their weapons. And then I will need to use the sword on allied characters. All the way from level 8.00 at the minimum to 8.99. Delicious fruit. Nice. Shoutouts to deliciousfruit.com, which is an I Wanna Be the Guy fankid website, where if you're looking for a mechanically challenging platformer, there's a lot of them on there. And you know how I like a good mechanical challenge, like just platforming, precision, etc. Yeah, there's a lot of over there that I am not touching, or I'm just not motivated to try and complete. Because the absolute insanity of precision for I Wanna Be the Guy fan games, like the higher level difficult stuff, is absolutely absurd. But it's also kind of fun to watch. To give you a frame of reference for people that are knowledgeable a bit about this, I beat the second stage of I Wanna Kill the Camellia 3 and I was done. That was just kind of basically the limit as to how far I was willing to grind out that kind of difficulty. I Wanna Stop the Meltdown is kind of one of my favorite games because that's approximately the limit of how much I enjoy the difficulty platforming and boss fights. I would prefer not to go much further than that, which is still kind of rather tricky, let's put it this way. And that's coming from somebody who used to speedrun I Wanna Be the Boshi for fun. Anyways, when is going to be the best time to level up the spear? Interestingly enough, the ideal time to level up the spear would be if I had something else to grind out in, let's say, the Mana Fortress still. But I don't really do. Aside from maybe rare candy. Boomerang level 8. Javelin level 8 too. Which is, I think, about 1.5 more circuits of enemy knockouts. Then we should be at 8.99. Because one full round, or well, one full traversal of the field is about 20 to 25 enemies, I think somebody mentioned. I'm more in the region of 20, I would guess. So that should be 40 experience. So one back and forth is about 80. You've considered trying out Boshi once or twice, out of morbid curiosity how terrible you are at it. Everybody's terrible at these games. At least initially. The difficulty is trying to figure out, okay, are you willing to just try and try again until you're good enough? The fascinating thing about I Wanna Be the Boshi is that if you play through the game once, you're functionally ready to speedrun that game, because you have done so many repetitions on so many difficult saves and platforming challenges that you probably could just do it again without too much trouble. There might be like one boss or a save or two that you might have gotten lucky on, quote unquote, and just managed to sneak your way through. But for the most part, you could absolutely do that again once you play through the game once, even if it feels like, okay, I'm never doing that again. You could absolutely do that again without too much trouble, even if you don't think about it or realize it the second time through. Alright, this should be the level for these guys, I think. Yes, alrighty, the lady just needs the bow. She is done with the boomerang. And the bow is the last thing she needs, comparatively. And the sprite still needs the boomerang, technically the sword. It's really just a boomerang, honestly. So is this the time when I level up or... Yeah, I think this is the time where we upgrade the spear, isn't it? I think this is the time where we upgrade the spear. What Raya's progress in that game? It's very fascinating. I actually don't remember if Raya beat it, but he made really good progress, let me tell you. Well, speedrunning it briefly. Fair. Alrighty, we level up the spear. This means no more easy 2 experience sharing with the allies' weapons, but I think at this point we don't necessarily have to anymore, because we still have the sword, which will be the weapon that will give the experience over to the allies' weapons, all the way to the Daedalus Lance. Gonna once again make this into a separate save file, just in case I goofed up for some reason, although I don't think I did. Shoutouts to this random passage in this tone here. That is through the wall for no reason. Doesn't do anything. But it's kind of fun to just know that this exists. I believe the German strategy guide kind of pointed out this weird one. I wonder who found that. Is this the correct place? No. But I might as well run just through here. Just for fun. Visit all of the old places where we haven't been. Also, let me switch the boy's weapon twice, just so the sprite gets updated. So people who may know how the weapons look, they will know that we just switched to the late stage of the weapon here. Shoutouts to this screen only having a maximum of 2 enemies present at any given moment. Because this little yellow guy, the chicken high stepper called, is always loaded, and it occupies one of the enemy's spawn slots. Ray went from like 40 hours down to like 8 hours or something, back-to-back runs. Yeah, it's great. It's kind of how my progression went as well. I played through the I Wanna Be the Boshi once, just casually. That was well before I was streaming. And I was just so exhilarated by completing that run that it's just like, that was great. There's also a, well, there might still be, an official leaderboard that was relatively prestigious to get on, because just beating I Wanna Be the Boss is genuinely quite the achievement. Like, I'm not trying to be hyperbolic in any capacity, that is genuinely just really difficult, just beating the game. And so being able to get onto that leaderboard with the hard difficulty was quite something. And I wanted to get on that leaderboard. But you can't get on the leaderboard if you've ever gone online in your save file. And how do you go online? Well, that's a good question. You press the F6 button, I believe, or was it F5? Anyways, one of these buttons just makes you go online, and that immediately, on the first press, immediately invalidates your save file. I didn't know that, and at some point I must have pressed that button in my very first playthrough. And I wanted to get on the leaderboard, so I just played through the game again. The funny thing is, I forgot which button it was to switch characters, so I just pressed all the F buttons and realized, wait, I just went online. is this why it was invalidated in my second playthrough? And yes, it was. So my second playthrough also didn't count. But during that second playthrough, I managed to get through to the final boss in like 3 days. Specifically 3 afternoons. Because I was still like working a more regular job at the time. And I thought, wow, that's really quick progress. And the best part about that run was, to me, that I one-shot the final boss, like Solgren. I used basically the character Sagat, which has a much higher projectile spawn to hit Solgren and shorten phase 1 dramatically of the final boss fight. Because, well, basically the character just allowed me to do that at a reasonable efficiency. That was how I completed the game for the first time. And I just jumped into the warp zone with the regular character. And somehow managed to beat phase 1, beat phase 2, climb all the way up to phase 3, and then it was phase 4, and was like, what the heck, am I gonna do that? And yes, I did. That's also when I figured out that, well, I guess I can't get onto this leaderboard unless I play through it again. So I play through it again. During that playthrough, there was actually an update of I Wanna Be the Boshi, which introduced a new boss. So the third time, when I finally completed the game, I saw in the credits that instead of Bomberman, there was Ganon now listed as one of the bosses. So I went back to see what that boss was about. It was much better than the Bomberman boss. I like that guy a lot more. Beat the Ganon. Then I looked on Twitch because, well, at the time it's kind of approximately when I discovered live streaming as a thing. And found Kalemander streaming, one of the old gods, if you will, of speedrunning the game, who has really absurdly good consistency at just all sorts of platforming. His biggest weakness was mashing buttons quickly to fire projectiles quickly. But funnily enough, he actually managed to find a technique with tube hand mashing on a button that was actually faster than my mashing with just a single button. So he ended up being even better at this than me as well. Anyways, that's kind of how I started learning about people streaming I Wanna Be the Boshi and just telling them, hey, yeah, you can do this here. And kind of like I usually do, it's just, oh, people are doing speedrun stuff. I'm not a speedrunner, so let me just try to figure out like interesting optimizations you probably can do. And that's how I started getting into speedrunning. I just told the proper speedrunners, clearly not me, that hey, this is how you do things. Or this is slightly more efficient. You can check this room. If you grab the alignment from this wall on the left side, you can just hold right through this room instead of having to do an awkward jump. Stuff like that. There may have been a difficulty change in there as well. Yeah, speedrunning is normally done on the medium difficulty rather than hard difficulty, which has more generous save point placement. Literally twice as many, pretty much. Spear level 5. How far is the sprite now with the javelin? Because I forgot to check. Oh, the sprite is done. 8.99. Javelin done, so the sprite just needs the boomerang now. The sword is at 4.04. Yeah, sprite just needs the boomerang. Interestingly enough. Delicious jelly dog. The delicious command unfortunately can only process one word, no spaces. And there's a high chance chili dog is not a item yet. This actually might be an interesting application for adopting AI. Just kind of giving it an idea as to what it's supposed to say and just generate in entries for the various items. Although I feel like that would be much less interesting than people coming up with the suggestions for the food items themselves. Alright, level 6 on the spear. There's no more reason for me to be able to attack an enemy with the spear at this point. Well, that's not true. Technically still gets 1 experience out of it. Let's see, the lady still needs the bow up to 5.57, so she can actually get some more experience with the bow here for a little while. 8.99, the boomerang is done. Everything else is done aside from the bow for her. It's literally just bow remaining, and then the spear afterwards. So she can start gathering experience for the boy, I guess. You would think you would go with AI personally. It's going to be average quality then suggestions, has all the ethical prompts around it. Oh, you don't think you would go with AI? Despite the safeguards, it's capable of saying something inappropriate. Indeed. Alright, arrow level 6, so that means she no longer gains any experience of us attacking stuff with the arrow, if you will. I think this is the part where the sprites just start attacking things with the boomerang. All the way up to level 6, and then I need to figure out what the heck I'm doing from there. No, you're not supposed to attack. That hitbox just went straight over the mushroom. You could have a single generic catch for anything that isn't found, not necessarily needing AI. Could even have like 10 sword responses that fire at random. Maybe. Boomerang, come back. Thank you. No, stop losing the boomerangs, Brady. You like that the boomerang has to go around the entire world to get back to you? Yeah. There is a case to be made for the boomerangs actually technically useful, because what you can do... So in this game, you can only run, aka dash, in a straight line. But you cannot normally run after attacking with a weapon. But because the boomerang only starts your stamina regeneration once you catch the boomerang rather than when you throw it, there's the interesting part where you can throw the boomerang, run the other way, and actually continue dashing for a little while longer to at least get some speed out of it. But then I have to wait for stamina anyways in order to deal full damage. So it's not as useful, but here I could just run a little bit to the left. And then you could go a step further and allow multiple suggestions for the same thing and select from those at random where the item is added. True. Although I think because of the nature of the initial item being so disconnected from the eventual rabbit finding the item in the food box, I'm not sure how useful that would be. Because already there's quite a few entries in the food box where if you don't know what the entry item is, you might just be really confused. But if you connect the dots, then it's kind of fun. Alrighty. Grump is level 7 spear. Definitely getting there. The sprite can still use the sword for a while longer. Actually, is there a reason not to just try to get the boy to level... max level with the spear? Well, kind of there is, because the sprite needs to catch up the most on weapon experience in general. So it would make the most sense to use the lady's experience instead to level up the sprite's weapons the other way around. Also, Taco level up Boomerang to 6. Now we no longer share weapon experience. So it is just the sword for now, I suppose. Then back to the Boomerang, which we need to get to 8.99. Spear and sword. Arrow level 7. 99 more kills from that point to get level 8, then 99 more to get to 8.99. Have you played the remake of this game? Is it deserving of all the negative reviews it gets? All of them? Probably not. A lot of them? Well, there's definitely a few valid ones. It's an easier to approach game if you've never played Secret of Mana than trying to play the original Super Nintendo version nowadays. But it is very much, from what I can tell, a budget title in many ways. There's a lot of criticism I personally don't agree with. And other things where I just need to say, well, yes, but... I strongly prefer the original. One common criticism that I tend to hear for the Secret of Mana remake is the music. The original is so much better. They messed it up with the music. And I have two parts to say about this is... the music they put into the Secret of Mana remake, I actually like it a lot. I think a lot of the music tracks, just kind of as music themselves, I actually prefer over the original in a lot of ways. Like, a lot of it is really well done, kind of out there, but I appreciate their experimentation. I just really like the music in the remake. The but, however, to this, I will say, is that a lot of the music is too attention-grabbing, if you will. It's not necessarily background music for a video game. It is music that you can just listen to on its own and just kind of appreciate, I think. But as background music for a video game, it's just too pompous, too strong almost, if you will. At least that's my personal opinion. That being said, as I mentioned, I just really like a lot of the remake tracks. I think they are overall really, really good. Just not necessarily background music for a video game. Secret of Mana is a soundtrack where you can listen to it from OST from start to finish and super enjoyable. The original, absolutely as well, yeah. It's actually music that I would occasionally just put on while I'm working on other things, just because it's good thinking music. Rump. Level 8 spear. Also, the sprite is already... You know what? At this point, I might as well finish off the boy's spear, maybe? Actually, the sprite needs the bow, right? Which is a bit of a conundrum. No, he doesn't. They don't. Just needs the boomerang. You know, I'm just gonna finish off the boy's 8.99 spear. That way, it's gonna be less congested for using that one. And yeah, there's a lot of little things that I like about the remake. Those little skits and dialogues in between, I actually really appreciate them. I think it gives them a lot more character. Some people don't like some of the voice acting, which, you know, fair, I guess. But I don't know what... Like, I'm not good at identifying what good voice acting is, so I do not have an opinion on the matter. But I actually really like a lot of the little banter and the in-between scenes. I think those additions are great. Although they feel a little bit disconnected if you are just kind of familiar with the game and go through it at a decently rapid pace, because they only happen whenever you go to an inn and sleep. So you sometimes just get dialogue from the desert when you're kind of a bit further ahead than that. You feel like you're most productive when listening to some metal or some picturesque FPS games? Well, that's fair. With a remake, you think they tried to apply too much hype and initially ask for too much money for the type of remake that it is. If they were asking for $15, you would be much more willing to overlook the jankiness of the game and their decision to not update the core gameplay. But for the full new gameplay, the fact that they wanted, you expect to get something as cool as they did for Trials of Mana. Yes, I think that is probably... I didn't even think about the price tag. That is absolutely true. Like, as a $10, maybe $15 game, the remake is fine. But for, like, a full price game, you expect to get something actually nicely polished and well done. If you ignore the bugs that were present at the launch of the game, even beyond that, at this point, it's still kind of awkward in a roundabout way in a lot of cases. From what I can tell, the way they did the remake is they literally took the code and the system event stuff from the original, and in a lot of cases just left that there and built a wrapper around the code of the game to execute the new things. So when you, let's say, go to a NPC where your characters gather in one spot, then just kind of spread out. Initially I was thinking, oh, that's cute, they just tried to emulate the original, just so it is basically like the original. But at some point I started to recognize it is literally the original. The stuff that they changed up where it doesn't quite work is generally a bit better, because it just feels weirdly awkward in a lot of ways, where they didn't change things. As I said, just like the gathering of the party after or when trying to talk to a shopkeeper and such. It seems unlikely unless they're running an emulator for the game logic in the background. Well, that's pretty much what I expected it to be. I've never looked into it, but the reason why I'm reasonably certain there's something along those lines is quite simple. You gain weapon experience when completing the cutscene just before Mech Rider number 2, in the original that is. They implemented that, or for some reason have that in there in the remake as well. Why would you re-implement that if you were building the game new from the ground up? Which is why I assume it's just a wrapper around the original code, rather than anything else. Again, I don't technically have any proof that this is the case. I don't know how to verify such claims. But to me, it's reasonably obvious something along those lines is at least in play. Like, you just get randomly weapon experience in that exchange. And it's really bizarre. Alrighty boy, how far are you? Oh, you're done! Okay, the boy is done with the spear. We can switch this over because the only thing he still needs to level is the sword. And we functionally cannot level up that sword at all. Ladies should be done soon, TM. With her bow, yep. Up she's almost done. And then she's also kind of just waiting for the spear. That's kind of the awkward part where the end game, I have no idea on how to do this cleanly. But the sprite still hasn't gotten any levels on the spear. And now it's actually just literally the sprite leveling up the spear at this point. Because the lady will be done with the bow, but she has nothing else she can level in the meantime. So might as well just stick to the bow, I guess. Let me just verify that claim real quick. I think she literally only needs the bow and the... Well, she's done with the bow now. Yeah, okay. Everything is done except for the spear and the sword. And the sprite is currently using the spear. Up to level... Well, actually, I can also already go all the way up to level 8 with the spear. I think this functionally means I should have leveled up the spear a fair bit earlier than I did, in order to make this a bit smoother overall. Also kind of hinting at the idea of my weapon leveling process could definitely use a lot of work here. Anyways, welcome to the grind. Does 100%ing the game require max gold capacity, or do they mercifully ignore that? I mean, it's my own definition of 100%, and no, that is not included. What I will say, in previous 100% runs, specifically the 100.99% runs, I have maxed out the gold just naturally through playing and grinding. Kind of depends a little bit on how lucky / unlucky you get with the weapon orbs in the Mana Fortress. But if you do basically a run where you unlock the Mana Sword early through a glitch, and then max out literally every weapon to 8.99, you're almost certainly going to reach max money along the way. Well, I say almost certainly, but it's reasonably likely. Okay, check real quick, is the sprite done with the javelin? Yes, okay. Sprite is also done... No, Sprite could actually get some experience with the boomerang. But again, this is kind of the part where it's just... Well, I guess I'm just waiting. Also, I think the Sprite will get 3 experience per enemy kill here. Until level 5? That is 2. No, wait, until level 4. This is kind of like the 90%, 10% rule, or whatever you call that in English. Basically the concept of, this feels like I'm like 90% done with the weapon grinding, but those last 10% just take much longer than, you know, 10% of the grind I've done. Just purely because of, well, everybody needs to level up the spear to level 8, and then I need to have everybody get weapon experience from the other guy as well at level 8. Just kind of awkward the way it ends up working out in the end game. I do wonder what like the correct approach for this would be. Presumably there's a more efficient, elegant way to solve this weapon leveling conundrum. But then again, just a bit more mindless grinding. I'm not complaining. Level 4 spear. Hey, what's what? Welcome, still at it? Well, at it again, really. Had a good night of rest, or well, good day of rest. I went to bed. After we did all of the wet Norp grinding, beat the game once, and now we're just doing the rest of the 100% part, just kind of nice and relaxed, starting into the new year. Spear level 5. Which means we get 4 experience halved. So it's still more efficient to attack with the sprite, but soon actually it will funny enough be more efficient to attack the enemies with the boy, with the sword instead. Because he recovers stamina slightly faster. And it's the same amount of experience gained. Any luck with the chest in Dark Fortress? Ah yeah, we got all of the items we need. That was kind of my personal requirement for before taking a break. About 15 to 16 hours we managed to get all of the rare drops from the Mana Fortress in the end. And all of those before that were part of the 100% definition. Now we're just running back and forth, beating up low-level enemies, because there's literally no enemy in the game anymore that is higher level than me, so we only ever get half the weapon experience from enemies. So might as well go for enemies that we can one-shot reasonably reliably. Hashtag bully. No. You had tons of fun in the Caves of Cut, which I talked about. Great game, so accessible for a roguelike. Nice. So I imagine you might be getting into it now. It's very accessible, honestly. Like, the beginning part is pretty friendly overall, in the sense that you at least are not immediately going to get lost as to what you can or should do in order to get started. So it's nice just kind of to ease you into it. Which is part of the reason why I just decided to, you know, just give it a try. And then another, and then another. Plus, if you're not into the roguelike aspect of just losing everything if you die, It's nice that they have a role-play mode, or even just kind of a story mode, I believe, on top of that. Because it's a fascinating world to explore. A lot of things are just not randomized, but set in stone instead to an extent. Making it kind of fascinating to see like the bits and pieces that are just weirdly randomized. You whip up a meal and throw a pinch of salt, a bit of dust, and 2 grasshopper left legs into a pot and stir, and then you eat. And apparently that is sufficient for your character. It's just like, really? That's weird. You really like the fact that the quests are not randomly generated so far? I imagine there might be some quests that are randomly generated in some of the village, but I actually haven't really encountered that much at all. Like, there is kind of a through line where the game tries to lead you as to where you can go, what you should do next, etc. Especially, like, I like that early quest in the village where this other guy just tells you, hey, could you make a pilgrimage over to the city in the desert over there and throw this into the well? There's no requirement for you to do this, like, the quest basically just ends as soon as you enter the city. But it just kind of gives you an idea as to, okay, I can probably make that trip at some point soon-ish. Maybe do the other stuff first that is more around the area, but then you kind of feel like, well, maybe the desert is the way to go for now before we go further east. The main quest isn't random, but lots of others are. Right, it's kind of like, I haven't really seen others in the sense that I know that the one quest I did had like random pieces in it and how it exactly plays out, but for the most part it was still the same. Must be really big grasshoppers. But it's only the left hind legs that you put into the soup. Everything else would just be weird. But yeah, it's a fascinating world to try and figure out. And I'm just fascinated currently by the roguelike mode itself, where the way I normally play games is very experimental. Like, I just test out things, figure out mechanics, learn about stuff. Poke a big dragon that says level question mark. I'm clearly not supposed to be poking at that point, just to see whether I can actually successfully poke it until it is down after like 2 hours of fighting. But because of the nature of the game, I'm just like, I'd like to not lose that character that I've been playing for the better part of 15 hours. I just don't do that. Which is so weird compared to how I normally play, but also fascinating. Also, it is more efficient now for the boy to start one-shotting enemies instead of the sprite. In fact, what I could do is I could actually set the sprite to be aggressive. Because the sprite can knock out things. We are specifically leveling up the sprite's weapon to level 8.99 at this point. Left legs are sinister by definition, clearly. Right, I forgot about the part where the AI is actually kind of awkward with using the spear. That is level 7 on the spear. One more level to go before Taco is no longer allowed to attack. Because at level 8, you no longer get weapon experience. The enemy is too low level compared to you. Started off with the stuff in the north. Your first character died to a freaking monkey. Second character found a bazooka but he underestimated the turret. Third character you're trying to use fire, but everything burns to ashes, so no loot. Well, maybe not everything burns to ashes. Right? well, only half the things, really. Anyways, a character I'm playing offline rather than streaming is also using a lot of fire, and I'm kind of running into the same conundrum. Just like, well, it's pretty efficient, but I guess I can't butcher up boar corpses that are burned, I guess. You got yourself set up with magic percent. Glitch just started. Nice. I'm curious about the results. Good luck on finding a good path. To get invested to the character, yep. Like in Terraria, when I did hardcore attempts to try and beat Photoworthy hardcore, the way I treated it is like speedrunning. It's just like, a character died, well, I just go at it again, and I'm gonna be faster next time because I have learned more as to how to survive and efficiently take down bosses and enemies. So instead of just kind of slowly trying to carefully defeat enemies and bosses with proper preparations, I just tried to see, alright, what kind of minimum things do I need in order to reasonably reliably defeat enemies and bosses? And that's kind of how I did the Terraria hardcore run, which is very different. I still just kind of rushed through a lot of things just because it made sense to do that. But in this game, because I don't know the game, and I'm not using a test world in order to test out everything or anything like that, because I feel like it's part of the fun to me personally now. Just, alright, I don't know what this dungeon holds, so let me just check it out. How much deeper does this go? What do you mean there's suddenly lava here? Am I that deep down in the earth or what? Oh, I probably should leave. Then the next floor, I definitely should leave. And then the floor afterwards, I get almost punched to death. By spoilers. And then I eventually decide to leave because it makes sense. Hey, Red Lasso. Thank you for being around. I appreciate those words. Good day, DDR Looks like we're approaching the end. Slowly. Very slowly. This is kind of the nature of the beast here. Towards the end, it looks like we are almost done with the weapon grinding, but realistically this is the slowest part about it, because I have no idea how to properly optimize this part. Your last character goes two-shot by slug, no clue how, but okay. Yeah, those projectiles, especially in the early game, are brutal. Like, what kind of slug? Something shot me. I don't see anything. I don't see anywhere where they are. One thing I haven't actually tested out in Caves of Qud is, if I don't have a light source on me, can enemies even shoot me from far away if they don't have dark vision? Because I imagine some enemies, at least, they couldn't actually see me if I didn't have a light source on me. Also, Taco Spear is level 8, which means 99 more enemies to defeat, with specifically the boy sword in order to level up to 8.99. Slug notes are brutal, yes. I actually didn't know they existed until way late. I never ran into them initially. You really wonder if you would enjoy A Valley Without Wind. I remember hearing that title at some point. No, Sprite, you're not supposed to attack anymore. You literally get 0 experience from it. I guess the convenient part about a glitched 100% run, if you were to do the weapon leveling, you could just equip the same weapon on multiple characters. you really disliked Valley of Ardougne, mostly due to the aesthetics. Is that the, like, stick figure kind of thing? Valley without wind. Oh no, that's actually very different. That's not what I'm thinking of. Actually, I don't know this one. This is not the thing I was thinking of. I was too slow to mute the button. Okay, I shouldn't mute the button. I should press the mute button. Thank you. A lot of the textures or characters look like a mishmash together. Yeah, it kind of looks a bit rough. Which I suppose could be appealing to some people. But to me, the only reason why Caves of Cut aesthetics are appealing is because I know this allows the developers to focus more on other aspects of the game to deepen the experience rather than having to worry about implementing nice and proper looking sprites for the most part. Just keeping it simple. It does make the viewing experience rough, especially if you don't know what's going on in Caves of Cut. But it's a nice and cohesive art style overall. Like, I would prefer having better visual representation as to how things look personally. Because I have the thing where I literally cannot imagine something that I have not seen before. Or have no context for how something would look. Like if you kind of describe a creature I've never seen before in text form, I just have a blank there. I specifically would need to take bits and pieces of other creatures I've seen and try to mission mash those actively together in my head to try and get a picture. So I just straight up have no imagination, so a lot of the descriptions just do nothing for me in Caves of Cut, unfortunately. But concepts and other fun ideas are really fascinating. Spoilers for slightly later in the game, but not too far. One of the friends you meet along the way is trying to, you know, have more food, but the problem about food is that it has too many calories. So what does he try to do? He is trying to make the food just, you know, vapor, something you inhale without the calories, but it should still feel like you have a full meal after that, because that's the objective. And it's just kind of a fascinating idea. How odd indeed. Yeah, I don't want to get into the context as to where and what that is, but it's such a fun thought for me to just try and think, because it's a concept that I can actively engage with just on a, like, thinking level. It's just the visual descriptions of things just do nothing for me. Part of it I imagine is because my native language is not English, so some of the more descriptive nooks and crannies and how to describe something are just lost on me because I don't know half of the words. And I would need to look them up, and I'm just too lazy sometimes. Especially if I'm trying to make a stream where I kind of want to try and get keep stuff going. If I might ask, what kind of character have you experimented with so far? It says that some of the words they'd use would be overly convoluted, rather complex, when more simpler words would be enough. Yeah, probably. Then I assume some of the descriptions of the various things and bits and pieces are kind of randomly-ish generated. So at some points, for a lot of the descriptions, I just stopped reading because it didn't seem like... Again, I literally cannot imagine things. Because there didn't seem to, like, any cohesion to it sometimes. But if you have a good imagination like that, I imagine it could be quite fun to just try and get into this. Alright, how much more does the sprite need? Oh, we're done! Oh my goodness. I've been just running back and forth, just talking the entire time without realizing that I'm done with the spear and the sprite. Wait, that's not the sprite, this is the sprite. So it's just the boomerang on the sprite and the spear on the lady that needs to be leveled up at this stage. So the sprite gets the boomerang. No attacky sprite. The lady gets the spear and we're gonna be playing as her for the time being. Until all the way we get to level 8. And we will pretty much level up the boomerang to 8.99 naturally on the sprite afterwards. And then everybody needs to level the sword up somehow. Which means we need to go and upgrade the sword, and everybody needs to just individually level the sword all the way up. Slowly. Surely. Gently. To you it's mostly the names that just do nothing for you, but that's because they feel so randomly generated as well. Oh, a bunch of them definitely are. They can occasionally have some fun arrangements of words, though, that just kind of make you think, what now? But there's kind of like a general method to the madness, if you will. You've been experimenting with the presets, so the Crow, Gunwing, and Flaming Hands guy. Nice, that's fair. For some reason I decided to immediately go and make my own characters. Maybe using the presets first would have been a good idea though. Basically the way I started my current character build is... I picked the Apostle just because I died with the previous characters and was just experimenting. That Apostle has Proselytize as an ability. Tried it out. Okay, I can recruit people. That's interesting. But I can only recruit one person. Okay. Then, shortly after, I get Dominate just randomly as one of my possible mutations. And go, wait. I can... not Dominate, Beguile. I can beguile somebody? Is that separate to Proselytize? Turns out it is. So I figured, wait, if I just start with that... kind of would be giving me 2 friends along the way immediately. Later down the road, I actually learned that when somebody actually mentioned it in stream chat, if you want to level up your allies, you have to use Dominate on them. So if you use friends and minions, you may either want to use a mod in order to be able to have them level up themselves, or you need to dominate them. And since I prefer to play, generally speaking, the game without mods, the first time through at least, I just figured, oh, dominate, okay. So it's gonna be like, alright, I have now Apostle start with Proselytize, Dominate and Beguile as my starting abilities, and I really don't have much room for anything else at that stage. And that was just kind of my starting build. Took a long time to kind of get a run going where I didn't immediately die to everything, it feels like. But every time I died I learned more things to pay attention to, more things I know I shouldn't do now. And slowly managed to get further. You don't think if you've ever seen the boomerang, is it max level? Yes, everything here is max level in terms of equipment. This is the final boomerang. Entirely random fun fact that has nothing to do with this run. There is a weird glitch that can happen based on sound effects and some nonsense that I don't entirely understand, where the game can randomly just upgrade your weapon to the next higher level without it actually being numerically at the next higher level. This happened to me once during a speedrun where suddenly my boomerang was upgraded to level 2, despite the game telling me that it was level 1. So I was curious what would happen if I leveled up my boomerang or upgraded it all the way on that save file. So I went to the Mana Fortress, grinded out 2 boomerang orbs because I forgot to pick up some of them along the way apparently. Leveled up the boomerang to level 8, and then had one more boomerang orb to use. Leveled up the boomerang to what I thought was going to be level 9, just because I was curious what would happen. And what did I get? I got a javelin. You know, the weapon that is right after the boomerang in the entry list of weapons. The weakest javelin was my final boomerang, which was really weird. I've never had that glitch happen ever since. I've also not tried to reproduce it, to be honest. But in the TAS videos thread on Secret of Mana, I actually asked as to what exactly happened, and HHS over there kind of tried to look into the code and sort of figured out as to what happened. There's something where I hit the spring beak just at a specific time when it was jumping up and making the zing sound or something like that. Somehow leveled up my boomerang. Seems kinda strange, but intriguing. So I had 2 javelins that way? Yeah, pretty much. I couldn't level up that javelin any further because it was technically the boomerang, which was maxed out. But somehow that can be a thing, I guess. Alrighty, level 5 spear. This is the last level where it's gonna be more efficient for me to knock out enemies with the spear instead of having the bow attack as well. Because we still get 2 weapon experience until we reach level 6. You're guessing that leveling adds an index to the pointer to point to the next list upgrades, which is the level 1 javelin. Funny how that works, yep. We actually theorized in the Speed Demos Archives thread at the time that if you could actually upgrade the javelin, which is the last weapon in the entry list, you actually would get a really strange weapon called Head. That is actually the weapon that the Rabbi technically has equipped, which, you know, it attacks with its head and stuff. And if you try to attack with that, it just moves your character in really strange ways, which potentially could have some applications for things. But, well, you would need to somehow level up your javelin all the way. But theoretically, that is not arbitrary script execution, which also means, theoretically, there could be some potential for some glitch use trickery that could be implemented into a speedrun. I think just nobody has really researched that part now. The main thing why I haven't really investigated it is because, honestly, that is just kind of a complexity of things that happen that at some point I just don't really understand anymore. Because it's very technical, and and I just don't have the knowledge or really the desire to poke that deep into the game's codes in order to dig around in it. But it would be fascinating to see if somebody could actually figure out how to, like, fake level up the javelin so you could get the head weapon in a regular save file without using any cheats or hacks. Armed. Head of the Rabbi, legendary weapon, indeed. You know, I was just wondering, if I have a barrel equipped, but technically also the boomerang equipped, do you still get weapon experience for the boomerang? 8.45 on the sprite here. I'm actually just curious about this. Let me put a barrel on the sprite's head. And then I need to move the lady around. Have the boy actually be aggressive here. Because I can't press the B button, otherwise the barrel disappears. Okay, I can't check the levels. So it was 8.45, right? Alright, let's see. Okay, you still level up the boomerang while you have the barrel equipped, because technically equipping a barrel or any other status effect is switching your weapons, but the game still recognizes which weapon you have originally equipped and assigns the weapon experience to that one. Bro keeps missing. There was a tiny little ledge. He was just trying to swing up the ledge. Clearly enraged, but the game didn't think so. I can relate. Actually, I think at this point we can upgrade the sword, right? Because the boy leveling up from level 5 to 6 is going to get 2 weapon experience at a time, sharing one to the lady. And then the sprite going from 5 to 6 in the sword will do the same. So she should always guaranteed get the spear level up. Yeah, actually. We can go and upgrade the sword now, I think. Because everybody should have the spear now at 8.99, or... Oh wait, she doesn't have it at 8.99, 8.00. We actually need to get a little bit more experience here. Never mind. Flower had the high ground. You lose. I have the high ground. No, you don't. There's no Z axis in Secret of Mana, just a Z value, which makes stuff really janky. Hello, welcome to Multisiter. Happy New Year! I hope you're doing well. I just realized I still have that Tombstone RPG open on the side. And people are doing stuff in there, and I was just wondering what the little sound effects were. I'm used from old school RuneScape that the game is just gonna lock me out after me doing nothing for 20 minutes. But apparently Tombstone RPG, or MMO, does not actually log you out, so let me do that. Because it's just gonna distract me. No, you're not supposed to attack lady. Actually, I guess it doesn't matter. She still gets 1 weapon experience whether the boy kills the thing or the lady kills the thing. But it should be 50 kills for the boy to level up to level 6, but he no longer shares weapon experience with the sword. So as soon as the lady reaches level 8 in the spear, we can level up the sword. And as long as this lady just keeps the spear equipped the entire way through, where the sprite also levels up the sword afterwards, she should have level 8.99 at the end. Now I just need to not miss that when she gets the level up to 8.00, although I believe she is not even at 7 yet. Speaking of which, that is 99 more kills to get to level 8. And then it's just the sword from level 6 to... well, actually from level 5 to 8 on everybody. Which means that is going to be... let's see, from 5 to 6 we need 50 kills. From 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 each... wait, actually, well, kind of 9, 8.99. Need 99 kills. So that is 297 plus 50, so 447 kills on each character to just get the rest of the sword. That's a lot, actually. I didn't realize it was that many enemies. Considering we kill about 20 enemies on the way, in one way, through these Pandora fields. That is 22, like 23-ish cycles per character, just with the sword, just to level up the sword to 8.00. It is the last stretch, but oh boy, if I put the numbers on them, it feels like that's gonna take a long time. Looks like you have notes dating to when decided to make the version of Magic that shows the full credits instead of just the game end screen. You just confirmed that the path does work, so that's a pretty long path through the script already mapped out. Still a fair distance more to reach the Flamidram though. Oh boy. Wow. That sounds like a lot. I don't actually know how long the script is. We have some more programming skill than back then. You might be able to write something that will automatically find a path to the desired script spot. That would actually be really fascinating. Which would mean if I wanted to... for some reason get the gold key early, we could arguably just do that too, right? Then again, getting the gold key would be no problem if you have the Flamidram. So that's kind of a moot point. You need to go talk to Mara, so she goes inside, giving you the number combination. Then you go to Gold City, ask the guy on the wall, then you go back to Mara to get the gold key. If you never talk to her and skip the sewer guard, she actually talks about that stuff first, resetting her flags. Also, I'm gonna take a short break coming up here. But yeah, probably programming a way to do that sounds like a reasonable idea. Alrighty. I'm gonna go ahead, save real quick, just so we don't mess up. Save it over the other save file. And I'm going to take a short break, everybody. This is probably gonna be the last break before we're gonna go all the way. So, thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for listening and for lurking, thank you so much for being around, being the way you are. And well, be right back, break time. Alrighty, I'm back. We're on the final stretch. Let's go. Alrighty. So, how far do we need to get the lady still? She's almost at level 8. As I mentioned before, once she reaches level 8, just after this cycle here, really, we will level up the sword all the way. And then she should just be the last person that needs any form of extra experience on her weapon. I'm just gonna make sure that this is actually correct and I'm not forgetting any of the other weapons, because that would be a bit of a disaster if I did this sword upgrade prematurely. Okay, let's see. Sprite has the glove, everything, axe, lance, flail, buster, trump, and Valkyrian. Everything is at 8.99, except for the sword. That's good. That's exactly what we need. The boy has glove, axe, lance, flail, buster, boomerang, Valkyrian. Okay. Everything 8.99 except the sword. It's literally just a lady, let me double check, that needs just specifically the spear, and that's it. Okay. Let's go ahead and upgrade the sword to the final level. Then we need to specifically have the lady always have the spear equipped, while we level up to level 6 on the sprite and the boy on that weapon. So let's find a place where we can actually upgrade the weapon. Yeah, the desert is fine. Hello and welcome. Hi, yes, Grunt. And we have the Dragon Buster. Do you think this is a buster of dragons, as in you busted dragons? Or do you think the Dragon Buster is a buster with the power of dragons? Some clever people would say, why not both? And that's fair, I guess. Dragon Buster sounds like the ultimate attack for a Gundam. Sounds sensible, I guess. Probably the former. There is a Garuda Buster. It's the bow, right? Also, let me update the weapon sprite. Just switch weapons real quick. Once, back and forth. Alrighty. This is going to be, as mentioned before, 99 plus 99 plus 99 plus 50 enemy kills for the boy to get the sword. Well, actually, no. That's wrong. We go from 5 to 6 in 50 kills, from 6 to 7 in 99, from 7 to 8 in 99, so it's actually only 298, no, 248 enemy kills we need, I think. I had 199 too much because the sword does not go up to 8.99, it only goes up to 8.00. Because we didn't get the mana sword. This is the NA English translation in the 1990s. Killer, quote unquote, was often replaced with Buster. Ah, you know, I actually never caught on to that. That makes a lot of sense, huh? Now that you mention it. Wasn't the Buster Solos in Final Fantasy? I think it is Cloud's main weapon. It's called the Buster Sword. Final Fantasy 7. I played through that game once. Completely random question. What would be an interesting challenge run to do in Chrono Trigger? I imagine doing a solo character run might be a bit difficult, but I don't know if that could be a thing. Anyway, Sword reaches level 6, which means she should be about 50% done on the spear, on the lance, which is the case. So, let me go ahead and make sure that she does in fact reach 8.99. Let's get the sprite up to the next level. Actually, the sprite still needs a little bit more on the sword, doesn't... Oh no, it is 5.0, never mind. At which point we might as well just finish off the sprite's attacks. Also, boy, you do no longer get to be aggressive in your stuff, otherwise it's gonna be annoying. Pacifist run? Is that even possible in Chrono Trigger? I kinda doubt it. Like, I actually don't know Chrono Trigger well enough to know what kind of challenge run, if any, could be interesting or applicable. Like, for all I know, if I try something like a solo character challenge, it's just like dead in the water because the game just keeps reviving new characters or something like that. I don't think it does it? C:\\, thank you so much for the raid and welcome everybody. Happy New Year, I hope you're doing well today. Thank you for the good luck. We no longer need any luck at this point, at least I don't think we do. Now we're just basically grinding all the way. Everybody has pretty much all the weapons up to level 8.99 at this point. The lady is going to be the last one, leveling up the spear up to level 8.99, and then it's just everybody needs to get the sword. Active A to B, battle speed 1 would be challenging. I guess that would be challenging. Am I allowed to use the pause button? Would that kind of defeat the purpose of the challenge? Because I'm happy to just press the pause button a lot. Soul learns do not really work. Party members being forced in and out of the party. Right, that's kind of the catch. Not even the main characters stays in the party. Alright. Double check. You should be at 8.99. On the spear you are, which is good because otherwise that would be a major problem. Because I have literally no way to level any weapon past 8.9 or 8.00 anymore. Excellent. The chrono removal before the pre-ending side quest start. Pause buffer is pretty overpowered in Chrono Trigger. You can pause and press an input and unpause and then the input comes out. That's even better than Final Fantasy V. Actually, I've never tried it in Final Fantasy V. Maybe that works there too. The sprite was lagging behind the furthest initially for weapon experience, but now they're gonna be the one to finish off the weapon collection first. Because the sword is already in the sprite, there's no point in just changing it to another character beforehand. So might as well just complete that. A completely random question. Because it kind of popped in my mind. In German, there's the word called Flüchtigkeitsfehler, as in it's like a fleeting error kind of thing, where you made basically an error because, well, you know how to do the thing correctly. It's just an accident that just happened because you were focused on other things, and were just going slightly too fast or anything like that, which is normally kind of like an error that is relatively simple to not do, but sometimes it just happens that you make an error like that. Is there an equivalent word in English? Like, the thing that pops in my mind is a clerical error, but I don't know if that's the correct translation for that. Clerical error is a bit of a professional thing, and not necessarily minor. Yeah, okay, so that would be the wrong translation. Misplay of a pen? I've never heard that phrasing before. Or slip of a pen. Ah. I suppose that will kind of go in the direction I'm thinking about, yes. Although I've never heard that as a phrasing before, but there's so many things I don't know about English language. It's kind of part of the reason why I'm asking. Interesting. Careless mistake. I guess that kind of also goes in the correct direction. I guess the idea I'm thinking about is also not necessarily a minor error. It's more of an error that happens because just despite knowing better, if you were to pay a bit more attention. Depends on whether it's on purpose or not. It's generally speaking not on purpose. It's basically a mistake that happens because you know how to do this math equation, so you just do it. And maybe skip a step or two because you know you can do this in your head, and suddenly there's an error somewhere in there, kind of thing. Like, generally what I'm referring to is an error that, by all means, should be easily avoidable if you just, you know, did your due diligence. Brain fart? Not really. Brain fart is more in the way of... It's not quite that. Absent mind mistakes. Right. An oversight? Kind of? It's a bit more specific than just an oversight. Again, I don't know if there is actually a translation for that. Autopiloting? I guess. I'll actually check Diglio. Okay, yeah, actually, the translation thingy that I tend to use once in a while does in fact say as well the slip of the pen, or as a slip, or an oversight, apparently. It's reasonably accurate. Okay. Yeah, that seems about right. It's just I've never heard the concept of slip of the pen before. So I learned something. Thank you. Yeah, I think oversight is probably the closest to what I'm looking for. Alrighty, thank you. But yeah, the concept I'm kind of referring to is generally more of a... You made the mistake because you were distracted, or... You normally... Like, it clearly defines that you normally know as to how it's supposed to be done, as if you were to, like, be a little bit more diligent or paying close attention. I guess they're just kind of these kinds of words where you just have to say, alrighty, I guess that translation is close enough. Because there's not really much of a better way of going about it, because, you know, languages are very different from each other. And there's probably just no specific English term for it, or at least not one that is commonly used enough for it to be understandable. Like, there could be a very, like, correct way to translate it, but even English-speaking people might not have heard of that kind of term or phrase. So it renders it functionally useless to use at that point. Alrighty. The sprite is done. Every weapon is at level 8.99, except for the sword, which can physically not go higher unless you get the mana sword early through a glitch. All the spells are done, all the weapons are done. The sprite is level 99. We are done with this character. Hooray! 1 out of 3. Now we just need to do the other 2. I'm gonna give the sprite a weapon where they are unlikely to accidentally kill an enemy, or, well, less likely anyways. And just continue doing my rounds here. English has a lot of, in your opinion, absolutely useless words and try to explain the feeling in detail, then you can hear boss in. I mean, it's not really useless if you try to be, or attempt to be precise. It's kind of one of these things where, when I was reading a bunch of books in German, that was a while ago at this point, the writers I actually enjoyed reading the most were the ones that had a very eloquent way with words where you both understood what they meant, like very precisely, like just kind of to... There's a lot of nuance in how you can express things, but I felt like they just both figured out on how to properly express themselves with the correct nuance and tone, and just kind of give you this correct sentiment as to what is going on and happening, but also use simple enough words that I didn't have to look them up as to what exactly they meant, or sometimes it was just clear from the context as to what was meant with the word to begin with. I imagine English technically has a decent amount of that too, but I mostly noticed it in German where I almost want to say the higher level book writers, but that's kind of a weird way of phrasing it, were just using that. Fleeting error. You know, fleeting error actually sounds like pretty much exactly what I would think about it. It's a good one. Their words were very deliberate. Yeah, pretty much. What I'm thinking about. Okay, level 6. That is 198 more kills until levels 8. What was the question? I basically was looking for a reasonably accurate translation for a German word that I just, for some reason, popped in my head. And yeah. I guess German loves to just fuse words from different words together. I mean, Swiss German is pretty much the same thing, really. Although what I will say about Swiss German is that you tend to string together words much more, like, closely together. Like, you don't start and end a word when, well, most of the time, when trying to talk, you just literally string all the words together in one, like, goop, if you will. German tends to be much more distinct in the individual parts. Like High German, or whatever you want to call it, the German German. How many are left? We need the lady to get up to level 8. So to level 7 is 99 knockouts, and to level 8 are 99 more knockouts. For her specifically. And then the last one is gonna be the boy, who needs to get to level 7 as well, and then level 8. And then we're done with the sword. And we're literally done with everything else. Final stretch. Yeah, I think fleeting error, honestly, is probably really appropriate. Like, it seems like it would be very, very accurate. Which is I'm a bit surprised that the translating thing, it did not actually suggest that as one of the possible translations. It feels like that would just be on the nose, if you will. After this run, I will need to figure out how the heck am I going to adjust my sleep schedule appropriately again. Because it is currently 1 AM. Well, 9 past 1 AM. Who's counting? One of the benefits I listed initially was that, hey, it would be kind of nice to do this in 2 parts so I don't destroy my sleep schedule for the next 3 weeks. I wonder whether that was just wishful thinking. Gezellig is a specific feeling that has no translation in English when you actually used it. Well, it overlaps with a lot of English-specific words. I think gezellig probably is a very... I would guess that's the exact same word in German then. Although you probably don't say it. Dutch to me feels a lot like somebody wrote some stuff in German but tried to pronounce it in English. That's how Dutch to me feels. I don't know any Dutch, but it's surprising when I read like Dutch sentences on how much I can kind of guess on what it's supposed to mean, just purely based on knowing both English and German. So level 7, one more level for the lady. Behaglich. Pizza. Pizza sounds like a great idea. I have celery salad with pineapples currently in the kitchen. It's such a weird combination, but it works really well. Can recommend. Fleeting, from how you heard it feels, its use is more used to describe moments or thoughts you have but cannot recollect. Yeah, like fleeting memory. Or a fleeting feeling. Something that is very volatile, temporary. Behaglich is more about warmth, at least. That's the context you use the word in it here in Drenthe. Yeah, I mean... if it's the same word that I kind of know from English, from German, it would be kind of like cozy, comfortable, like you just feel comfortable. It's probably more accurate, I guess. Rather than the environment necessarily being comfortable, it's just nice and pleasant. I don't know if that's the same word in Dutch though, but it's kind of an interesting way for me to just say, well, I kind of probably know, maybe, potentially, possibly, what the word is supposed to say. And yes, exactly, Endymion. Wait, I said Endymion. Your name is Endymion. Mayon? Endymion? Anyways, thank you, Andy. Feel free to correct me on how to pronounce your name, if you'd like to. You never use gezellig for warmth? No. The German word equivalent that I'm thinking of for gezellig would be more like... you're in good company, or more specifically, somebody is good company. Or prefers company in general. But I don't know if that has anything to do with that word. It's kind of curious to think. You never thought much about pronunciation. You heard that as a reference of in so many ways. That's very fair. The original way I intended to pronounce Yagamoth was Jagamoth, but at some point, so many people just said Yaga, like with a soft E instead of anything else. It's just like, okay, I guess that's just how it is, because I had no idea how to English properly at the time, really. So pronunciations are mutable as long as you know what you're talking about or what is being talked about. I worry about the details. Luther Kiddith. Wow, hi. Thank you kindly for 12 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. A Yagura? Yeah. I think at least that was it. Now I'm unsure about it. Sword level 8. Okay, the lady is done leveling everything. She has everything at 8.99. The Dragon Buster at, once again, level 8.0, because that's the maximum without glitching out the mana sword. All the spells up to 8.99. The last thing remaining is just the boy. We need to get the sword up to level 8.0 as well. Almost there. A lot of people trip on the Aya part. I imagine it's more natural to me because in German EI is pronounced like I already, so it just makes sense. Oh, Old Viking Gamer, thank you. Thank you kindly for 5 gift subs, that's really nice of you. I really appreciate that. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you kindly for the support. Also, on a completely random note, when I started full-time streaming, about at the, when I had, let's see on average, the most viewers, because I was still streaming the more commonly seen Secret of Mana, etc. And being a Twitch partner was something that's still relatively fresh. I think at the height of like my average, let's say I had about 200 subscribers, but that has kind of waned over the years. It's kind of reduced the number because Twitch got more expensive, because, well, I didn't do the same things anymore, and many reasons. Today is the first time we are actually back at approximately that number that I used to be, which is kind of a fascinating thing to think about. Anyways, thank you so much for the support, everybody. I really appreciate it. Oh, it's me, Mia. Thank you so much, Mia, for subscribing with the Prime thing. Welcome, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. The amount of creator almost doubles in the last year. Yep, that's a thing. It's also one of those things where you would like to support so many different people too, right? But at some point you have to say, well, for some people, $5 a month is not that much money, but 20 people that I kind of like, $5 a month is suddenly $100. It's like, you kind of need to stop somewhere. And I will never blame anybody for just saying, well, I don't have the means, or just don't want to subscribe. Whatever the reason might be, it's perfectly acceptable. So it's just like, it's just not as like common-ish anymore, I would say. Yeah, exactly. Especially the increased sub cost really did not help the cases. Like, my viewer count actually over the last year has been steadily climbing again. Usually, especially when I was playing something that was a bit more watchable than Caves of Qud, at least. But on average, it's just kind of been Slowly climbing. I'm not a big fish on the Twitch, but I appreciate the company. And thank you for your kind words as well, Mia. If you support like 15 people, they raise it by about $1 a month. It's like you just subscribe to 3 more people. Yeah, exactly. That does not help. Profness, thank you. Thank you kindly for the 145 bits. Really appreciate those. Level 7. 99 more enemies. Well, 97 now. But then we are done. Today is the day I learned that weapon levels, you level up at 0.99 or about 99% rather than 100%. I did not actually know this before today. I just figured it's kind of like spells where you just level them up at 100, but no, it's 99. This is also why if you start a new game and you defeat 11 rabbits, you have a sword that is now at level 1. Rather than needing 12. So my current objective is, when going through the Mana Fortress, I'm going to kill every enemy that can possibly drop a weapon orb along the way that I see. And the reason I'm gonna do this is because I have not gotten a rare candy in this run this year. A rare candy is effectively, if an enemy drops a weapon orb, let's say the spear orb from the tsunamis, but you already have all the spear orbs, the tsunami will instead drop a candy, which is the rare drop, so you get a rare candy. So I'm gonna try and get one along the way. It's just that they haven't really had much of an opportunity to try and get a rare candy in this run in particular. In previous runs, where I still needed to get the whip orb from the Terminators, but I already had the javelin orb as well as the spear orb from the tsunamis, the best place to farm the Terminators is at the very end of the Mana Fortress, where you just walk slightly backwards, but you need to kill the enemies beforehand, otherwise the Terminators will not spawn, so you're kind of forced to defeat these enemies beforehand. So, consequently, you also occasionally get chests, and just killing enemies along the way just gives you chests, etc. So getting a chest from an enemy you already have the weapon orb from, just opening it for fun to see whether you get a candy, is just what I've always done. Because I like opening up chests. And it's kind of fun when you get a candy out of it. In recent years, you've just stopped subbing to new people. Instead, you went to support the channel with a gift sub to activate chat room, just straight up donate to them more money. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Like, honestly, gift sub feels like a nice compromise, honestly. Where you don't want to necessarily give the impression that you're going to be here and subscribe again next month, because that's kind of a commitment you are not willing to go for. So just gifting us up to the community seems kind of nice. I guess a way, or roundabout way around it, I will say. Because then you don't have that internal expectation of, oh, is that person going to sub again? Which, by the way, in case you're wondering, I don't expect anybody to just stay subscribed for aforementioned reasons. It's expensive, mostly. So it's perfectly fine if you just see, oh, hey look, there's funny Grimer emotes. Oh, we're done. Level 8. Okay, and with this, the boy has everything at level 8.99 as well. My biggest fear is just opening up this menu and seeing that, oh, something is at 8.98 because the text is not that clear. And I can make the last of the boxes green. As well as split. Then we skip the spell split because I did the spells beforehand. Let's go. Mostly just like practical emotes. I felt like I had a pretty good idea at the time with the build your own base emotes, etc. Just kind of something that just synergizes naturally with other emotes, so I felt like that kind of was an interesting idea. But it really didn't really take off much. Some people like to use them, and it's just at this point, I don't even know what other emotes I would want to add, in a sense. Anyways, welcome to the Mana Fortress. Which weapons should we use? Let's see. I think the glove is always a fun one. Let me actually have the lady just start doing things. Personally, I'm a big fan of the whip as a weapon. It's one of my favorites. And another favorite of mine is the javelin. Then again, I will need to go through the area here, knocking down some pegs, so let's use the axe on the sprite. The little sprite with the gigantic axe to swing around is kind of a fun thought to me. With this, let me also go ahead and set all of my AI companions to be attacking aggressively. Time to stomp. Stomp indeed. You think Yuzaka got to 10 more times than any other emote? I used the Grimer emote all over the place all the time because I think it's just fun. Alrighty, let's go everybody. Bonk. Unfortunately, those Darkstalkers don't actually drop a... No, don't dispel me. Okay, we're fine. They don't actually drop a orb. Whoosh. I really like the sound effect of the axe swinging. I think that's a fun one. Alright, I didn't set the lady to be aggressive. Let me do that. National Scar, no naughty secrets. You already did that twice this run. Bonk. It's kind of fun when the character from the backside just swings the whip and just whoosh. It did. Tsunamis, goodbye. Wait, I forgot to take down the Whimper. Just in case. Still looking for that one chest we might get. Hey look, there's a chest from a rabbit. We could get a common candy out of it. We did get a common candy out of it. Is it worth charging up your weapon to level 8? Generally, no. The Mana Beast has some specific cases as to where it might be useful. But even that is kind of difficult to make proper use of. No chest so far. Oh yeah, I didn't look at the arpeggios. Although that is what I was thinking of. We actually got damaged on the way. Crazy. Let's change the color of our weapons for once, shall we? There's no reason to ever use lightsaber, aside from liking nice looking shiny green weapons. It does not actually deal light damage. It's just slightly increased damage. That's it. What other colors of weapons could we shoot for? Let's use a red for the sprite. Fiery axe, why not? Last opportunities for a chest. There's just these enemies and a few more remaining up top. And that will be about it. Tsunamis remain. Oh, there's one opportunity for a chest. Alright, let's see. Do we get the rare candy at the very last moment? Nope, just an amulet ring. Welcome to the chat room. Apparently I was disconnected. Let us go ahead and heal up. By the way, if you said anything recently, apparently I was disconnected from the chat room. So feel free to repeat things if you'd like to. When you do 999 damage, is that the cap or are you doing more damage on the water? That is the cap. You cannot do more than 919 damage in one attack. Did internet drop me? It seems to happen reasonably frequently on Twitch, where it just says, welcome to the chat room. It might have just been a literal 2-second disconnect, and my chat does not tend to be that active anyways. So, it's fine. This is the part where we kill the Mana Beast over and over for the 1% chance it turns into the Supra Mana Beast, right? Now, everything is already RNG manipulated, right? We don't have to do that anymore. Welcome to Dark Lich. I'm gonna stop charging the weapon because it messes up the music. He is weak to Lucent Beam. So a singular Lucent Beam does 552 damage. It's pretty good. Let's see, how much damage does this do? $306, not bad. Alright, Sprite, would you like to throw some stuff at him? How about Evil Gate, by the way, guaranteed deals 1 damage because bosses are not susceptible to Evil Gate, which deals percentile-based damage, which is the only place where you would ever use Evil Gate to begin with, because the regular enemies don't have enough HP. This 11 damage, yeah, he resists dark damage, but it was actually still strong enough to deal more than 1 damage, which is kind of impressive. Okay, we didn't get the smiley Earth Slide, we need to get another Earth Slide here. Nope. Still need to get another Earth Slide. Give me the smiley. Yeah. Let's see Gem Missile too, shall we? That was not an upgraded Gem Missile. Here it is. It's kinda neat. What else do we have? Freeze is kinda boring. It's just bigger waves of ice. And more. Then we have Acid Storm. It's just a lot of heavy rain. Also reduces his defense by 25%. We have Fireball. That was not the upgraded Fireball. There it is. The little fire dragons, which is real neat. Then Lava Wave. Lava Wave is not that interesting. Just bigger little puddles. Okay, that's a regular lava wave. It's fine. We don't need to see everyone. I think Air Blast is kind of nice. Because it's just like a gigantic tornado instead of the, waves of air that you blast. Thunderbolt is just larger thunderbolts and more of them. And apparently sometimes it becomes very dark. Oh, he's dead already. Dude, we're not done with the demonstration yet, or spells. He has 6,666 HP, I think. Could be 6,660, I'm actually not sure. The zeal and Riot's mana magic is gone. Alrighty, because we have time, let's demonstrate. I actually don't know if there is a level 8 spellcasting animation for mana magic. I'm just gonna see. Well, I can't move right now, so there's a reasonable chance this was the level 8 spellcasting animation, so let's use the second one. Okay, yeah. That was the level 8 spellcasting animation, because I couldn't move during the previous one. Revive the Mana Sword. Alrighty, fun fact. The Mana Sword is actually just a regular sword that you could upgrade into if you had enough, well, an additional sword orb through glitches or otherwise acquired through means that the game does not intend you to do. The Mana Sword has a few interesting quirks to it. One, it is literally twice the basic attack power compared to any other weapon, so it's just absurdly strong as itself. Two, it never misses. Every other weapon still has just a baseline chance to miss, even though you clearly are going to connect to the enemy. It's just a thing that can happen. And three, the mana spell itself, as long as it is active, actually allows your characters to get, or the boy, to get additional attack power based on the levels of all the weapons that it trained. So even if you have never used a sword in your playthrough before, leveling the other weapons has actually improved the damage of these weapons. Now, what I would like to demonstrate are two other things, however. I'm gonna tell the lady to start charging up her weapon to level 8, and I'm gonna give her the boomerang. And hope we get to see the demonstration. Then I'm gonna tell the sprite to charge up their weapon up to level 5, I think it is, and give them the javelin. Because there are two weapons in this game that can hit twice, or more specifically, they can attack twice. So, specifically, the boomerang has like 4 or 5 different charging levels where you can just hit multiple times of it. So in a sense, it's actually better than the Mana Sword because you can attack twice in one attack. Similarly, let's see, what else can we do? Give everybody Lucid Barrier so we don't take any physical attacks. And then I'm just gonna choose the color of my weapon. Alright, let's make a pink boomerang or whatever. And let us make a... You know, this has served me so well. A grey spear. Bonk. Alright, the AI control characters, as soon as they are engaged in combat, will be attacking the mana beast here with their corresponding weapon levels. So, the sprite is going to attack at level 5, which I think is the overhead swing. Come on, attack sprite. They're never attacking there. The lady attacks... There we go. Okay, it is level 5. So, the lady attacks both with a melee attack and then shoots her projectiles with the boomerang. which both deal damage separately entirely, which means they can just hit multiple times, and the Mana Beast is one of the few creatures that is susceptible to being hit multiple times, which means that you can mess it up quite a bit through the method of just dealing a ton of damage to it a bunch of times. So what I'm gonna do here now is I'm just gonna give everybody Lucid Barrier again, just to absorb the damage from the attacks. Give the boy guaranteed critical hits. And all the boy needs to do is just swing. His mana sword is basically just lasting forever anyways, and he can just deal 999 damage with regular swings. Or I thought he could. Maybe he cannot. Oh well, it's fine. Wait, that's weird. Did one of those mana spells run out, or why is he not dealing max damage with swings? He should be dealing max damage. It's actually kind of fascinating. So this is gonna miss. Yeah, he should be dealing max damage here. It's actually kind of weird. So I think we win. The Mana Beast only has 9,990 HP. So, yeah, we win. It's just going through the motions until it realizes that it has been defeated. It already entered the ethereal plane and can no longer harm us with its attacks. Goodbye, big fluffy friend. Maybe we're friends next time. Did I forget to level the sword on the boy? No, I didn't. And with this, we finish our run. In 23 hours. Probably like 10 minutes, I would guess, because I forgot to start the timer at the beginning of the stream, and some change. Seeker of Mana 100% run into 2025 is complete. Welcome to the new year. I wish you good luck. I hope you have an excellent time starting into this new year, one way or another. I don't know how good or bad your previous year was, but no matter what it is, I hope it's gonna be better. Take good care of yourselves. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Lean back, relax. And have a good beginning. And Mel Torafas, thank you. Thank you kindly for the 5 gift subs. That's really kind of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for accompanying me in the journey, and thank you for your kind words. When I was a kid and played or completed the game for the very first time, I was so upset about the sprite no longer being part of the party that I continued playing Seeker of Mana. I liked the game a lot, I liked playing it, but I only ever beat it once, until way later. Nowadays I'm a bit more receptive to, well, not an entirely happy ending, I guess. Which moon are we going to get? Oh yeah, probably good to mention. If you don't know, in Seeker of Mana at the very end, your ending screen is actually randomized, basically. So we could get 2/3 of a moon, we could get a full moon, or a crescent moon. Which one is it going to be? I don't know. I'm gonna say full moon, because I like to have a full moon at the end of a 100% run, because, well, I did fully pretty much everything. The one thing the two things I didn't do is glitch the mana sword early to get all the weapons up to level 8.99, but I've done this in previous years. And the other thing I haven't done is I didn't max out my money, which I would have had to run around in circles in the mana fortress for much longer still. Happy New Year, everybody. Alrighty, quick statistics for this year's, I guess. We opened 188 chests that potentially could have given us the red drops that we were looking for. On average, I believe we have calculated you would normally need slightly over 146 chests in order to get all of the red drops. Well, I'm not sure whether that's actually how you calculate all the probabilities. Anyways, we went a little bit over the expected rate on that side, but, you know, that's alright. Aside from that, you guys have absolutely blown me out of the water, out of the way. Anyways, I was absolutely flabbergasted for the crazy support you guys have provided. Just kind of as a heads up, I don't really like talking about money on streams. But well, I kind of need that in order to continue paying the bills, and it's just absolutely absurdly crazy. So thank you so much for that. Alrighty. Aside from that, 189, I didn't add the one in the castle. In the castle? For the rare candy just now? I mean, that doesn't technically count. In the fortress at the end. Right, I mean, that one is more of a fun thing to get, which we didn't this year. Maybe next year's gonna be better with that, who knows? Could be worse, friend of yours need like over 300? Yeah, I believe that. It's just crazy on how it sometimes can go, I guess. Alrighty, everybody. We have 2/3 of a moon, no full moon today. We have arrived at the end here, so thank you once again. Thank you for the accompaniment, for the journey, and, well, going to play another one of these next year. Well, technically this year, I guess. It's just gonna take almost a year. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed this day. I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully until next time. Take care and have a good night or a good morning. Also, in case anybody's curious about the near future of the stream, I promised to play through Might and Magic 7. I'm still very much invested into Caves of Cut. And I promised to do a Secret of Mana 100% glitched run. Well, probably without the level grinding, but just kind of a theory run as to how a glitched run would look like. And beyond that, not sure, we'll see. Have a good time, everybody. Bye-bye.